I am back.
Our agenda, which is one to protect the rights and liberties of individual people. So I would like to take this time to point out the hypocrisy and the irony I see coming from across the aisle. Let me just talk about that.
All right, let's add this in.
9 days is all it took before the speaker reinstated her authoritarian COVID lockdown, proving once again that House Democrats are unable to govern unless they stack the deck. I'd also like to remind my good friend that he consistently referred to these topics.
I have no idea why there's some music
during his time in the minority. If I could just quote the chair on a same-day authority during the 109 Congress, I'm going to quote, "My problem is with the significant pieces of legislation, some legislation which may not have even been heard by committees of jurisdiction, which may not have been reported out of committees of jurisdiction, bills that will come before us that the House has not even considered, things that we will not have an opportunity to be able to read before we can vote on them," end quote. So where's the outrage now? Because that was in the 109th Congress. For over 790 days, the speaker used COVID-19 as a weapon to deny the Republicans the ability to advocate on behalf of millions of Americans that they represent. Just last week, it looked like we were finally returning to regular order. Now it's more the same tricks and tactics. The blanket same-day rule before us this morning allows House Democrats to ram through their radical agenda, an agenda that does nothing to address the serious problems the American people are facing. And what are those problems? Under the Biden administration, our nation has careened from one crisis to the next. It's been absolute chaos. Right now, families across the country are facing 40-year high inflation that is expected to cost the average American household an extra $6,000 a year. Yesterday, we were told that we're officially in a recession when the GDP fell for a second quarter in a row. And although the Biden administration is attempting to deflect blame by referring to this latest economic disaster as a, and I quote, transition period, the American people know that we were facing a recession, that we were in a recession and facing hard times to come because of the radical policies of the left. And it's not only going to get worse with a recently announced Build Back Broke deal, which will raise taxes on Americans. It will try to socialize American healthcare, and it'll try to implement the radical Green New Deal policies that have led to this energy crisis in the first place. So this is no way to run the people's house, but I want it noted that the door is now open. I find it absolutely hypocritical that there was outrage when Republicans use the same tactic against this, but now it's okay when the Democrats want to do it. So I'm looking forward to the day when power returns to the Republicans, and we'll see if there is outrage at that point. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on the rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
So, Madam Speaker, let me just say to the gentleman, he used the words that we are opening the door. Opening the door to what? My friends use this all the time when they were in charge. We learned this from you. And I just want to say that for the record. And as I've said, I'm not the biggest fan of same-day authority, but it exists for a reason. And in December of 2018, when Democrats were in the minority, I actually voted for a rule providing for same-day authority. I stood here and urged my Democratic colleagues to support the rule. And more Republicans voted no on that rule than Democrats, believe it or not. We are about to break for a hopefully productive district work period. And this rule provides us with a little extra time and flexibility to be able to consider measures that are critical to our public safety. I hope that this rule paves the way for us to bring up an assault weapons ban. That's what I hope this rule does. And I think that's urgent. And I want to do everything I possibly can to get it passed. But the gentleman quoted me, and let me quote me too. With regard to the same-day authority, I said on the House floor, I said this House needs to move quickly and responsibly. Everyone understands that, so I will simply say that I will be voting for this rule. I urge my colleagues to do the same, and we can finish our business and prevent another government shutdown. And that's when you were in charge. That's what I said in response to when you brought up a same-day rule. So this is nobody's opening the door. You opened that door a long time ago. But I'm going to say again, if this paves the way for us to be able to bring up an assault weapons ban, I'm not apologizing at all. I want to get that legislation to the floor. I want to have that debate. I want to have a vote on it. People are dying all over this country. They're sick of our inaction. It's time to act. Enough is enough. I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. A gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. I'm glad the gentleman also quoted himself. Look, you can tell how I'm handling this debate because I don't want to be quoted in the future when the shoe's on the other foot. But I will point out the hypocrisy from my friends across the other side of the aisle, that their outrage is obviously selective of who is waiving the rule and who is not. But look, we can talk about procedure all day here. That's not going to fix the real problems that are facing the American people. According to the National Federation of Independent Businesses, inflation is the top problem reported by businesses. This is the highest inflation we've had since 1980, literally the highest inflation in my lifetime. Instead of working to lower costs for businesses and workers, the SEC proposed burdensome new rules requiring businesses to disclose extensive climate-related data and additional, and I quote, climate risks. Setting climate policy is a responsibility of Congress, not unelected career bureaucrats who are absolutely unaccountable to the American people. That's why, if we defeat the previous question, I will personally offer an amendment to the rule to immediately consider HR 8589. That would prohibit the SEC's woke climate rule from moving forward. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Here to explain the amendment is my good friend, a senior member of the House Financial Services Committee and the sponsor of this bill, Congressman French Hill of Arkansas, and I yield him 5 minutes.
No, this is new.
Recognized.
I rise to oppose the previous question so that we can immediately consider H.R. 8589 to prohibit the Securities and Exchange Commission from finalizing, implementing, or enforcing its proposed climate rule. Now, Madam Speaker,
Hold on, wait, sorry. Okay, so basically, you're right. I was working on a story and somehow it got. I'm gonna refresh. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Hold on. I just lost the live feed.
C-SPAN is not federally funded. It's thanks to the cable and satellite companies that provide our public service.
All right, sorry.
Human beings caught in a stash house in Washington, D.C. this week.
I hit the wrong button.
73 human beings in a stash house in our nation's capital. But my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, my colleagues particularly on the Judiciary Committee, brushed that aside, patting themselves on the back in the false name of compassion for how much they love brown people for having open borders. Well, the brown people in South Texas are sick and tired of it. The brown people of South Texas that I know, the candidates on my side of the aisle, are standing up for a secure border, and that begins with enforcing our laws under Title 42 during a pandemic to ensure that we turn people away. My friend Yvette Harrell introduced a bill that would solve the problem, and that is what we would proceed to. We have a discharge petition that would unleash that bill. I welcome any of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to join that discharge petition, perhaps particularly if you're in a tough race. You might want to be able to go home and say that you actually care about a secure border. But what I'll tell you is that we should be moving to secure the border of the United States rather than fooling the fool's errand of unconstitutional taking of the American Second Amendment rights. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me just say something to my friend from Pennsylvania. Maybe it's true that the military doesn't use AR-15s, but I will say to the gentleman that mass shooters do. And we saw what an AR-15 could do in Uvalde. We saw what it could do in Buffalo. And I just remind people, when you have these kind of debates, the people are watching. You know, the parents who lost their children in Uvalde, they're watching. People who've lost loved ones to
I
mass
just got
shootings
hired to
all
do a
around this
bunch of
country
FOIA work.
are watching. And, you know, and to try to parse words over, like, well, you know, it's not a military style weapon or this or that, whatever. And when we know what these weapons can do, that little children had to be identified with DNA samples because their bodies were blown apart. And, you know, you want to talk about extreme positions. We just had a Rules Committee meeting. And Mr. Massey testified before the Rules Committee. You may recall the back and forth between him and Mr. Raskin, when Mr. Raskin essentially asked him whether or not machine guns should be legal. And Mr. Massey responded by saying, well, I think states should make that determination.
I think machine guns should be
that
illegal.
means that if a state wanted to make machine guns legal, it's somehow okay?
Yes,
So
it's
let's
okay.
You want to talk about extremism? We've seen what extremism is all about from many of my friends on the other side of the aisle. And we've seen the power of the gun lobby, the blood money that has poured into campaigns that has resulted in people coming to the floor and making these ridiculous arguments for us to do nothing. So this is a moment when people have to stand up and be counted. I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Oh, here we go, Miss Jackson Lee. This is going to be funny. Cowboy lady. Yeehaw.
I thank the gentleman. We can
What's up, Zip? See you out there.
the lengths that Democrats have gone to simply try to save lives. But John Lewis, we said on the floor of the House, not regarding what would happen to us personally after Parkland.
They treat John Lewis like he was Jesus or something.
As John Lewis said, never give up, never give in, never give out. The moral authority of this Congress. We failed because my friends on the other side of the aisle just could not see the carnage and bloodshed that happened to Parkland or Sandy Hook and elsewhere. Now we have in the backdrop El Paso. We have Uvalde. And I repeat myself, going there days after that tragedy and literally hugging crying 9-year-olds who should be in the playground, who are crying because of their lost and deceased friends. And the story that is so powerful, two of them, one that bled to death and one that smeared themselves with blood to live. Do we now stand in the way of stopping carnage and bloodshed? And my good friend that I've done a lot of things with, M4, M16, are weapons of war if I have the correct numbers, and I believe I do. You can pontificate about that. But frankly, the language is assault-style weapons. That's what it is. And assault-style weapons still do not belong in civilians' hands. Because the munitions that are used in war, when soldiers can't even bring their weapons of war home when they are off duty or coming home to see family members or traveling as a civilian, it is because they are killers. And that is what killed those children in Parkland, Highland. That's what killed them in Uvalde, in Buffalo. That's what killed these people in El Paso, and in the hands, in some instances, of white supremacists. But let me be clear, very clear, as I thank Mr. Cicilline for this legislation. He prohibits those possession. Many of them are grandfathered in. And I wish somebody would read the bill. These are weapons already grandfathered in. Don't frighten the American people. What is most frightening are the parents who are outside these doors.
Expired.
Minute.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. What is really frightening is that parents who are outside these doors are asking the question, what are we doing? And I would say the families in Buffalo, where the theme was replacement theory, or these little babies. Where is your heart in a reasonable bill that prohibits the sale, manufacture, transfer, possession of semi-automatic assault weapons, and large capacity ammunition, feeding devices subject to grandfathering provisions, but in actuality allows the possession of any semiotic assault weapon lawfully possessed on the date of enactment. How much fairer can we get? I only ask my colleagues to stop pontificating to us like we know less than you when it comes as a civilian, that they're all weapons of war that our military have, and they're assault style weapons that are in the hands of citizens on the streets of this country, and they adapt the same munitions, because the individual in Uvalde had 350 pounds. I yield back. Let us vote for the rule and the underlying bill. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves, and I'd like to remind the members to please direct their comments to the chair. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, I have a lot of respect for my colleague from Texas, but when the question is asked why service members can't bring their M16 and their M4s home, it's because those are fully automatic weapons. They are not AR-15s. The gentlelady actually answers her own question. The M16 and the M4 platform are automatic. The AR-15 is not automatic. They're two different platforms. The gentlelady and the gentleman from Texas said words to the effect of, what are we doing? Why are Republicans not doing enough, or words to that effect? Well, let me remind my colleagues across the aisle that it was Republicans, not Democrats. It was Republicans in 2017 that had the Fix NICS Act. It's Republicans that are trying to get legislation passed to keep guns out of the hands of criminals, not out of the hands of law-abiding citizens. And it was the last administration under President Trump that banned bump stocks when the Obama administration let that ban expire. So there's just a few things that Republicans are doing in this arena. But I yield 2 minutes to my good friend, Mario Diaz-Balart of Florida. I yield him 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman. Title 42 is a critical tool to manage the crisis at the southern border. And hard to believe, but the Biden administration claims that the termination of Title 42 would actually decrease the number of encounters at the border. This is not only grotesquely disingenuous, it's actually laughable. Does the administration not remember the caravans headed to the southern border when the administration just announced the end of Title 42? The cartels actually use the end of 42 to promote, to advertise their human smuggling business. Has the administration even spoken to the our brave heroes, the patrol agents, who consistently say that without Title 42 authority, they would lose any semblance of operational control on the border? So let's be clear, the expected influx of border crossings if Title 42 are ended is not just a humanitarian crisis, which it is, it's a national security crisis as well. The cartels will once again use the increased flow as a distraction to continue to bring in record amount of narcotics, such as fentanyl. So, Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question so that we can bring up H.R. 471, the PAWS Act, to help give our border agents the tools that they need in order to achieve operational control of the border. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from
Madam Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate it. I would like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend from the state of Georgia, 2 minutes to Mr. Heiss.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you so much. And I am amazed at how my radical friends on the left now are so concerned with the lives of children when they literally stand and cheer and celebrate the killing of 3,000 through abortion every single day. But Madam Speaker,
that's a pretty good point there.
This rule that allows consideration of the assault weapons ban. But what we have here going on right now is a complete disregard for regular order that started yesterday and is continuing here today. The House floor is being run like a circus, quite frankly, and the American people deserve better than this. They continue, the Democrats do, to ram legislation through without proper notice and without even markup in committees. The floor should be run with at least a basic sense of decorum, and that is totally out of control right now. There's a complete lack of respect for the rules and the norms of this historic institution and how it should be run. Now, as for the legislation being considered, it's just another attempt by the radical left to once again take away the Second Amendment rights of the American people. Madam Speaker, time and time again, the left here has tried to disregard and trample the constitutional rights of the American people. This bill is full, among other things, of questionable definitions that show that the left don't even know what they're talking about when it comes to the issue of assault weapons. I implore my colleagues to vote against this rule, the previous question as well. Again, I thank my colleague for giving me a moment, and I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, very briefly, maybe the gentleman hasn't been paying attention to what's been going on around here, but this bill actually had a hearing, had a markup, 14 hours in the Judiciary Committee. The text has been available 72 hours in advance. The manager's amendment was made available on Tuesday night. I mean, I don't know what the heck he's talking about, but anyway, I reserve my time.
And reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Georgia, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
This should be
Thank
good.
you. Now, while we're here debating about an assault weapons ban so that the chairman of the Judiciary Committee can campaign when he goes back home, which is really odd because in that district, in that area of New York, they don't seem to be suffering from as much crime as the rest of New York, where people really do need guns to defend themselves, or maybe the rest of America, or like Atlanta in my home state of Georgia. And I will tell you something right now. I thank God for AR-15s because there have been a lot of people that have saved their own lives and defended others. And I'll remind you of a few. How about an 8-month pregnant woman who saved her husband and daughter's life from home invaders who were trying to kill them? Thank God she had an AR-15. Let me remind you of a man that had an AR-15 that was able to defend a church from a mass shooter who killed 26 people in the First Baptist Church in Sutherland Springs, Texas. Thank God for his AR-15. Let me explain something to my Democrat colleagues. You can pass as many gun control laws as you like, but no one will stop a murderer. No one is going to hand over a gun who has murder in their heart. Do you think that your gun control laws are going to cause criminals to come running to hand over the AR-15s that they possess? No, I don't think so. So if you're concerned about protecting Americans and saving lives, stop voting to kill babies up until the day of birth. Care about those children and their body parts, and then do something about all the crime all over America that are affecting.
What do you guys think about mixing
Americans.
abortion with
border?
gun
How about
rights?
our border being
I'm just
overrun
curious
with
what you guys
drugs
think.
and
Do you
fentanyl
think
and
it's gonna
human
move or not?
trafficking? Do you care about those people, those migrants who are dying on the way because of your policies of open borders? Oh, no, it's not the gun that is the problem. It's the policies. And it's the policies that you're pushing right now that are hurting Americans and causing our
The
country to
gentleman's
not
time
be
has
safe.
expired.
Thank you.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Members are again asked to remember to direct their comments to the chair. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized. Oh, I'm sorry, Massachusetts. My apologies.
I'm going to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Whether it's Pennsylvania or Massachusetts, there's still two great commonwealths, right? Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers at this time. I yield myself the balance of the time we have left for my closing.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'm incredibly disappointed, but unfortunately not at all surprised that once again, we're considering legislation that will do nothing more than penalize law-abiding citizens while doing absolutely nothing about the root cause of gun violence. We know from history, we know from numerous studies that I've talked about today, that assault weapon bans do not work. So why is this bill coming before us today? It's just the latest in the House Democrats' never-ending attack on America's Second Amendment rights. I therefore urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question, no on the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have great respect for my friend from Pennsylvania and all my colleagues on the Rules Committee, and I know they feel strongly about this issue, and I believe that many of the concerns that they have raised are unwarranted, and this bill deals with many of them. And as has been said repeatedly, this is not about taking away anybody's guns. It is dealing with the future. It is dealing with ways that we can better protect the people of this country. And so it's frustrating when we hear arguments about, oh, you used the word, you said military style. This technically isn't a military weapon, or we have all these numbers that have been kind of manipulated and presented as reasons for us to do nothing. I find that really disconcerting. I mean, when you, and maybe it's because so many people are dying. Maybe it's because so many people are being murdered by these weapons. I mean, the sheer number is incomprehensible. And maybe some of my colleagues have lost the human ability to feel what that really means. I mean, I've talked to parents, I've talked to brothers and sisters, to grandparents who have lost loved ones in these massacres, who have lost loved ones to assault weapons. I mean, it is painful. And we can do something to make it possible that fewer people are victims of mass shootings, that fewer children die, the fewer churchgoers die, the fewer people shopping in their grocery stores or going to a concert, or just minding their own business. I mean, the gun violence in this country has reached epidemic proportions. It is unbelievable. And the American people are sick and tired of being scared. I mean, when my own kids go to the movies, I worry about them. I'm worried that there might be somebody with an AR-15 that will be in that movie theater. Or if they go to a concert, I think my anxiety is similar to the anxiety of most parents when their kids go out. This doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. And I think all I'm pleading with my colleagues to do is to think long and hard on how they vote on this. We should all be sick to our stomachs about what's happening. And the idea that somehow we can't do anything about it, I don't think anybody buys. And I get it. The gun lobby plays a big role with many of my friends on the other side of the aisle. Follow the money, you'll see what I'm talking about. And I know they want you to do anything, but I'm pleading with my colleagues, especially on the Republican side of the aisle. I mean, this is the right thing to do. The previous assault weapons ban had an impact. Unfortunately, it was left to expire. I mean, we need to pass this. This is the right thing to do. Talk to the families. Talk to those who lost loved ones in one of these massacres. And as I said, I mean, to defend, AR-15s, I mean, that can destroy the bodies of people. I remind you that the children in Uvalde, many of them had to be identified.
This is DNA. Like one of the bad part of my job, sitting through this crap.
At some point, we have to say enough is enough. At some point, we have to turn our words into action. And I'm hoping and praying that this is the day. So I urge all my colleagues to vote for the rule and vote for the previous question.
Sorry, Jason, I missed the super chat.
I move the previous question of the resolution.
The gentleman yields. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say
Jason says coming Holocaust 2.0.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On that, I'd request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of adoption of the resolution. This is a 15-minute vote.
All right, here we go, guys. Let's see what happens here. What they are doing is they are voting right now. And if they vote here, then the next step would be a.
So that's a procedural vote, a previous question vote on this rule about debate for the assault weapons ban of 2022. Then we expect a vote on the rule itself, then more debate on this assault weapons ban. Votes on final passage a bit later this afternoon on this bill, also that bill about big cats, lions, and tigers, public safety, and a couple of other votes as well, including one about wildfire response and drought resiliency. All coming up here this afternoon on C-SPAN.
I hope that's better for you guys. Sorry, new soundboard. Jason says 246 years. It's been fine, but strangely, those who wish to ban guns seek to do something you would shoot them for. It's as if we did not see this coming. Well, I think a lot of us saw this coming. So yeah, so just going through what I'm doing right now in the background, which you guys cannot see, is working on an article of a exclusive type thing. Yeah. So once I get this done and submitted, should be it should be up today. But I mean, I don't know. All right, guys. See who is out there and say hi to some people here. Once I click on it. Hi Jay Duffy, Night Strike. Night Strike. Man, I need a co-host to come in here. I don't know where Flying Riches, Grills and Guns, you're welcome to come on too. Ban talk. If it passes, I'm dead. Well, if it passes here, it's going to go to the Senate, which hopefully
So again, this
it will die.
assault weapons ban would ban the import, sale, manufacture, transfer, or possession of semi-automatic assault weapons or large-capacity ammunition-feeding devices. This bill originally was supposed to be part of a package of public safety measures the House would consider before the August recess, and that planned package included this new assault weapons ban, a bill that would reinstate some civil liability for gun makers, and bills to establish new federal grant programs for local police. But some Democratic members objected to the lack of police accountability in the police funding bills, so House leaders pulled a larger package. And earlier, an agreement was reached to move forward only on the assault weapons ban, leaving the other measures to be negotiated during this upcoming August recess.
Come on here. Almost done with this damn thing, then I can submit it. You know, Rifle Dynamics' entire catalog would be illegal under the proposed law. Costing Las Vegas. Well-paying jobs. There are 14 million gun owners. 14 million new gun owners that sought to protect themselves and their families during the unrest of last summer, where cities burned during the riots. Working on my stories here. Okay, so this is gonna pass, just to let you know. Scroll up here. Hi, blind dude. Samuel Ludd, P. Lee, Kevin Caesar, Band Talk, One Fast Car. T for Texas is out there. The Squirrel. The Cancer Mouse. I'm thinking about doing a Ask Me Anything with Rich Monday night. Would you guys like that? Like a live Ask Me Anything? Does it ban face-to-face sales of what they consider assault weapons? Yes. It definitely would. Uh, I wish I was in Congress. I would change a bunch of stuff, but I would not get elected because I'm too extreme, which means I'm a constitutionalist. Should I run for Congress? How about that? Is that a question? So, I hope the Senate saves us in this one. They got the gun control rhinos. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I could be wrong, and that's why I'm not giving this up. That's why I'm highlighting this so much, but I don't think that it will. All right. All right, guys.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Tlaib and Ms. Omar, I inform the House that these
Of
members
course.
will vote aye on the previous question.
Tlaib and Omar are both communist. And Omar kind of married her brother, so there is that, which is kind of bizarre.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker person, as a member designated by Mr. John Carter, Mr. Troy Nels, and Ms. Kay Granger, text on inform the House that they will all vote no on the previous question.
Does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Taylor from Texas and Ms. Malliotakis from New York, I inform the House that they will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on the previous question.
All right, time to send this off, guys. So what I'm doing now is I wrote my article that I can't really say until it breaks on AMLand. I also do have a video, but I'm not going to release it right now. I got to get this up here. I'm going to send this over. I might actually show it to you guys. Let me just send this over.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Wilson from South Carolina, inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on the previous question.
All right, I'm looking for here.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Member designated by Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, inform the House that Mr. Crawford will vote no on ordering the previous question.
All right, guys. You guys want to see what I'm working on? Ooh, here we go. Another
For
super
what
chat
purpose
from
does the gentleman
Jason.
from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tom Tiffany of Wisconsin.
Gotta be proactive
Pursuant to
in
House
South
Resolution 8,
Carolina.
I inform the
All
House
right.
Mr. Tiffany will vote no on the previous question.
We got it's gonna take a few minutes, so I'll show you what I'm working on here.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
This is gonna pass, so whatever. All right, I'm going to remove this. Rich, if you want to come on right now. We are going to break some news and do some other really cool stuff. It's less than a minute left, but then they have to go through, and it's not going to be a minute. It's going to be longer than that. And then they're going to play it back. All right, hold on. Give me a second here. Rich, are you coming on? Get on here. Get your bitch ass on here. All right. This is my exclusive, guys. You are getting a first look at it. I'm gonna drop a video. Video probably gonna go out tomorrow. But here it is. The No Compromise Alliance. This is going to the Senate. Basically, the time runs out on this, and then they take about another 10 minutes, 20 minutes. So we have time. This is going to the Senate to oppose the crap that is trying to be passed. Let me just break it down. All right. I think this looks better. All right. So this is the No Compromise Alliance. It is going to Chuck Schumer, Dick Durbin, Mitch McConnell, and John Thune. It is basically an alliance built from GOA and their partners. Hi, Rich.
Copy.
So basically, these are GOA partners that came together through GOA, and they are opposing HR 1808 and HR 2814. They are opposing these bills because they would ban AR-15 and mini striker fire handguns, which are the most commonly owned. It would actually ban the Glock because the Glock has the Glock 18. So the Glock 19 would be banned because anything that has an automatic version of it would be banned, and the Glock 18
So
is a
all Glocks?
Who knows? Who knows? So, so it highlights that it would be irreparable harm. One of the people is Rifle Dynamics. Mark Flynn is a cool guy. Rifle Dynamics is located in Vegas. I've been out there. They make very high-end AKs, and they're very good. That's the group that puts on Red October. So that is going on. It would cause them to fail. And it talks about how there's 14 million gun owners from the Summer of Love itself last year, where the cities burned and people died. Or Glock. Oh, you know what? You're right. I put Glock 17. Oh, whoops. Shit, I gotta go correct that. Let me see if I can correct that. Holy shit, they got that up fast. Wow. All right, it's already up on AMLA, so there you go. Glock 17. That was fucking. I mean, that was fast. That was like 2 minutes.
They done? It was a quickie?
Yeah, dude, they got that. Yeah, hold on for 1 second. It was an MLN exclusive, so I guess we can talk about it. So it talks about the 14 million gun owners that will be affected. All right, hold on. We're going back here. So let me just dump this. Basically, they all opposed it. There's like 17. Let me just read them out really quick, just so they can get their shine. I got a video dropping on it probably tomorrow now, since I'm doing a bunch of live streams. Fort Scott, Classic Firearms, Rifle Dynamics, Alpha Omega, Kydex holsters, T-Rex arms, Car Arms, Wolfpack Armory, which they make my side loader AR. They did a joint project for me with Sharks Armory, which is freaking badass. Freedom Ordnance, which makes ammunition. I got a bunch of their ammunition, and Foxtrot Mike's products. All right, let's go ahead and bring this back up. How are you doing, Rich?
Good, good.
All right, let's go ahead and we will share this once more once I find it. Damn, I got a lot of tabs open. Oh, can't see that. Can't see that. Oh, big story there. Big story there. Oh, hold on. All right, here we go. Oh no, they're not. They're just
by Ms. Macbeth of Georgia pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms.
no. They're still
Macbeth will vote yes on the previous question.
they're still collecting remote votes.
Oh.
Absentee votes, basically. So basically, all these groups are sent a letter saying once these things hit you, the repeal of the Protection Act and the talking about Pornhub. There is a good documentary on Netflix. It's called The Most Hated Man on the Internet. The guy that basically invented revenge porn. It's a very
Revenge porn.
Yeah, it's a very interesting documentary. That guy's a scumbag, man. Okay, so 10 of my guns are in.
I'm watching. I would click on the comment. Night Custom Bill says, "Love the 50 cal. Honestly, makes my day to see your shorts on it. Every American should have one." And you know what? I don't need a 50 cal. I don't have a reason to own a 50 cal. I own a 50 cal because of fuck you. That's the short of it. Because these scumbags don't want you owning that, and I'm gonna own whatever they want me not to own.
Yeah. So, I got hired to do some FOIA work.
Oh, cool. What are you FOIAing?
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say, but it's not
You
government.
can't say?
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Not
All
really
right. So Ting Ting was asking about my shirt. So this is a Chris Ann Hall shirt. We've had J.C. Hall, Chris Ann's husband, on. So liberty over security, principle over party, truth over personality.
Mr. Guthrie and Mr. Barr.
They're still just reporting on whatever. But yes, and there is a new project that I'm working with GOA on that we're gonna drop probably next week. That's almost ready. It's gonna be freaking awesome. It's gonna piss off so many ATF people, so many government people. I'm so excited. I will send it out, and it'll be a freaking incredible resource.
So I'm going to be road tripping in the Envoy. Do I put the 50 cal on the back so you can see it through the windows?
Yes. The best adult dating site has been in here a lot. Awesome, Evan. I'm so glad that you got a Black Swan Tactical BLM t-shirt. That one, Biden loves minors.
Ooh. Yeesh.
Yeah, Biden loves minors.
Dude, all right. So I was going to make a video. It'll probably be a short. Hey, whatever happened to Debbie Wasserman Schultz? She used to be Schultz, sorry.
Yeah, she used to head the DNC until she cheated for Hillary Clinton. Now she's a member of the House of Representatives.
She used to be. You couldn't turn on a TV without seeing her.
Well, she cheated. She cheated. I mean, she got fired as being the DNC head.
What?
Yes, you don't remember that?
But what was the cheat?
During the 2016 Democratic primary, she was she was the moderator of the debate, and she gave Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton was debating Bernie Sanders, and she gave Hillary Clinton all the questions.
Yeah, but who was the other lady that did that? And she got hired by CNN.
That was.
Or did she get hired by Fox News? No, she got hired by Fox News.
The late? No, she didn't.
Yeah, yeah. She's an attorney, a DNC person. Oh gosh.
It's not past yet, Cobalt. We got a long time. I doubt I'm gonna even be on for that because I got to do
Donna
legally.
Brazil, dude. Thank you,
Donna-
man.
Yeah, I gotta.
Yeah, Donna Brazil got hired by Fox.
Yeah, I got to do Legally Armed America tonight. So
Oh, cool. Well, tell him I said hi.
I will. He contacted me last night, and he's like, "Hey, do you want to come on?"
Do
and
we
then-
have him for Tuesday?
I haven't even asked yet. I was gonna ask tonight. And
Okay.
then our buddy Chad did
Jam4 Tactical?
did something with Military Arms Channel, and that video drops on Monday.
Oh, cool.
With Chad. It was a story that I
Ooh.
have.
Ooh, hold on. I'm going to turn off my camera. I'll be right back.
Rich, put that thing away. Goon beam, man. I need a flashlight.
Does Gunbeams in the audience, do they make a 50 cal rated optic? I'm just asking for a friend.
All right, man, I gotta go order one from Goon Beam. I've been meaning to. I just been a blind dude with a quote from one of the best movies in the history of movies. Blazing Saddles.
Oh my gosh. If you guys have not seen Blazing Saddles, go watch it. There will never, ever be another movie like that. Which way do I got to go to show the 50? I got to be this way.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Yeah, so
I
Rich,
saw you with Mexican ballistics earlier. Ooh, look at all the people watching.
yeah, so Rich is getting my stream deck. This is Flying Rich from the Flying Rich channel. If you're not subscribed to Flying Rich, you really, really need to. Flying Rich is a really cool guy. Yeah, so basically they say 15 minutes and it usually takes like 30.
Mm-hmm.
And this is
Can I slide us over to the side? Is that okay?
Yeah, whatever you want to do.
Because I hate not being able to read the text when it's there.
All right. Yeah. So we will. We'll know more.
Ooh. All right. Gorillas and Guns says now that he has 66 acres, he's going to hit Walter up for a 50 cal. What?
Dude,
but wait. Do you still have the indoor swimming pool? Is what I want to know.
Come out and plays out there. Gorillas and Guns PLA.
Hey, man.
Come on a PLA. Gorillas and Guns, dude. We got to get together.
Yeah. So when you order the 50 from Walter, tell him I sent you. I inspired you.
Like a few years ago, I gave Gorillas and Guns like this old shotgun that I got from like when I bought the crime guns. The guns that were actually used in crimes.
Oh, gun crime, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Gun, the evidence guns. I gave this old shotgun to Gorillas and Guns.
Oh, cool.
Try to restore. I mean, there's no way I was going to be able to restore it. Mel Brooks is a very, very smart guy.
I haven't heard peep from Mel Brooks. Not like he's a friend or anything. That's not the case. But I'm assuming age. He's up there in years and probably up there in years. Because I heard a rumor that they were going to do a Spaceballs 2. I think as a kid, the first Mel Brooks movie I ever saw was High Anxiety. And that was like Mel Brooks, Harvey Korman, a whole bunch of people. It was just fantastic.
Yeah.
So Night Custom Builds was in on my channel, so thank you, buddy.
Yeah.
Stand By Me says, wait, who's this? Kenny Starr, the comments keep going by. He says Rich kind of annoys me.
On the left, do you see this passing the House tonight or this afternoon? Jason Fisher wants to know. I absolutely believe that it will. In fact, someone, when everyone was saying it's not going to do it, I said it's coming on Friday. I said it's coming. Before.
I mean, this is what they did on the last two. I mean, is it kind of a rope-a-dope? What the hell?
No, I mean, everyone knew this was coming, and then last night,
Or did they just have to throw enough money around and then people got on board?
Everyone was waiting for it, then everyone went home, and then they called everyone back in.
Right. And to the guy that says I kind of annoy him, if I'm annoying you, you're not getting the joke.
So, Rich, by I think your roadcaster, you got a pod mic or anything?
What do I got? Hold on. I'll
You
be
need
right
an
back.
XLR mic.
Yeah, I got one. Hold on.
Okay. They're just reporting votes. There's 76 votes and 82 votes. People
Oh, sorry about that. I got a Samsung mic, but I think it needs a preamp.
Well, it should be. I think there's a preamp on the Rodecaster.
A Q2U.
Yeah, I think you go in there and you can just you set it for you need the phantom power. You can just turn the phantom power on for it.
Gotcha.
See, this one is weird, the SM7B, because it doesn't take phantom power, but yet it needs a preamp. Which is kind of crazy.
I had this for years. It was funny. I used to use this for tech podcasting before I was doing, two-way podcasting. And it worked fine on my Mac until I did an update, and then it didn't work anymore. There's a USB port on it also.
I think,
and there's a
Rick
headphone
said
jack.
Samsung. I don't think he said
Yes.
Samsung.
No, it is Samsung, not
Yeah, that's what he
Samsung.
said. People,
Yeah.
tactile pineapple. Yeah, Samsung. I got a Samsung on my other place. Yeah. So I sent you a USB, not a USB cable, XLR cable too, just in case.
Yeah,
you didn't have one.
I probably do. I don't know where it is.
Well, I sent you one. It's in the box.
Oh, okay, cool.
And I did not factory wipe it, so Rich has all my sound effects. He has the allegedly.
But I got hairy legs.
You got all of them, man. Think you're gonna have fun with it.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. What Crumpy stories are in the works?
The one that just dropped today. Oh, dude, I got some big ones.
Oh, hey, Coda Boy 32's here.
Coda, what's up, man? If you want to come on, buddy, let me know. No, I have some really big stories coming out. Like really big. One that's like freaking insane, right?
Yeah. All right, boy, I can't say anything with regards to that. So yeah, I've got an Arkin scope that's supposed to be 50 cal rated. So Arkin sent me out a scope.
Nice.
Let's see.
I know.
For
We're working on it, Tim. There's a lot of stuff going on right now. Okay, so yeah, so I'm working. There's a very big story that I wish I could say. Rich knows about it and how deep the rabbit hole goes.
I sent Coda Boy the link.
And there's another. Wow, the other one's pretty big too. I'm kind of scared to put that one out though. I think it might be another SB tactical situation. Madison Cawthorn.
Coda Boy says Pinty makes a real good optic for the 50 cal. I actually, can you see? I've got a $35 red dot on a 90-degree mount as a joke. What's Moonbeam saying? Print the AWCY riser for the Pinty, you'll be set for anything. Yeah, so, all right. Come Out and Play is asking about the 90-degree mount. Grumpy, can you make me full screen? Unless he walked away. Let's see. Remove. Remove. So, yeah, I've got a red dot. Let's see. Can you really see it? Yeah. Yeah, so I've got a red dot on a 90-degree mount there. And let's just add back. If I push the right buttons. Where's my jack? No, it's a 90-degree mount. I had a 45-degree mount, but one of the knobs, the knob on the side was in the way, so you didn't have a clear view. So, nice air rifle. Yes, it does move a lot of air. Yeah, so the 45-degree mount didn't work. So I got a 90-degree mount.
All right, so I'm going to show you guys something while we're waiting. They're still voting. Something that you guys might not know about me is I used to be a frat boy. Theta Chi.
Man Against the Masses. Hold on. He says 90-degree mounts can be awkward. Ask my wife.
Yeah, I'm thinking about dude, some of these guys are like old and they still like do stuff with their chapters as alumni.
Oh yeah.
I did stuff with my chapter until I was like 28. Then I was like, F this. I'm too old for this crap.
Well, but that's like, I went to community college. My daughter asked me, did I go to graduation? I'm like, heck no, it was community college.
I didn't go to graduation.
I'm not going to that.
I had like a bunch of different degrees. I was like, you know, they all have their different graduations. I was like, I'm just not going to go to. I was trying to decide which one to go to. And then I was like, because like I was going to go by myself, right? So, you know, it's like, why am I going to do that? I'm going to go take selfies. I didn't have selfies back then, but you know what I'm saying.
Right. The pre-selfie generation. So I'm on every chat. But I might appear as John on John's stream or Dark as Dark stream.
Since Rich worked for Black Swan Tactical, Thank you, Coda Boy. Coda Boy is if you KB32. I guess he's not KB32 Tactical. If you're not subscribed to that dude, you have to subscribe to him. He
Oh yeah,
is
yeah. Good info. Good
very
channel.
good.
I love watching his rifle builds. I'll tell you what I like, and I've been saying this forever that people should do it. Driving down the road, be much fun. Cutting in. Oh, okay. Yeah, he's driving. Spends a lot of time in the car. I don't know why he's not getting a self-driving car, but
Maybe like my wife, she doesn't trust him.
yeah, my wife doesn't trust it either. I love it. I mean, I'm going to be driving the Envoy for 4 hours, 8-hour round trip, and I'd rather be driving my wife's car with the self-driving.
My father-in-law doesn't trust calculators. We do it by
Does he
hand.
just not believe in them?
I was like, well, why don't you use calculators? Like, I don't trust them. I was like, what do you mean you don't trust the calculator? They've been around since the 60s. It's like, what? There is Mike McClune. Not sure Dark's on. Dark was on earlier on, but maybe not. Dude, are they still voting?
I was talking to Dark earlier. Time remaining 0.
Well, yeah, of course. Time remaining 0. It's getting close, though. Zero doesn't exist. So I was telling people about your theory earlier on.
Which theory is that?
Black Rifle TV. Jason, it was great having you on my channel. I'll be on your channel, Jason. Basically, I'm probably not big enough. Damn it. Oh no, the theory about they're using deep fakes for Biden.
Oh, that one? Yeah, that was disturbing. There was something like my spidey sense. So yesterday morning, apparently, and I didn't get to take a look at this. Let me pull it up on my phone. So apparently on, I don't know if it was the White House or DNC Twitter, they had Biden, and basically he was saying, oh, I missed it. I don't know if it was the POTUS, but he was saying there was a video where he was saying if you're pro insurrection, you're not pro cop. It was kind of like an anti-Trump campaign video, and it just looked incredibly weird. There, like, only his nose and mouth were moving. His eyes didn't blink. He didn't flub any of his lines. There were no awkward pauses. It looked like it was a deep fake. I think this is it right here. His eyes were like black as coal. But also, I think they've been leveraging recorded video so he doesn't look bad.
You think?
Yeah.
So do you think the cancer rumors are true?
No. No, I believe, didn't he have some form of skin cancer years ago? So I think he got the tense wrong. But again, he gets everything wrong.
Yeah, yeah.
Peter, yeah.
Yeah, going to head over here. Okay, I'm gonna post something on Instagram. I mean, I'm gonna drop my video, but dude, I'm probably gonna wait to drop it tomorrow. I might be late to the party with since I'm oh well, what can you do, right? So Rich.
Yep.
Are you in agreement with me that this is gonna pass?
Well, it's going to pass the House. Oh gosh, what is that lady's name? Why can't I think of it? That's not Sheila Jackson Lee, is it?
I'm actually posting something.
Oh. So I'm rewatching this this video on the POTUS account, and I'm looking at Biden, and the interesting thing is only like his chin and mouth are really moving. His eyes never blink, and his head the chin neither goes up or down or left or right. It's straight on. His arms move. It kind of, and when I talk to my wife about this, she's like, "You're not the kind of guy that buys into these conspiracy theories." Like, no, I'm not. But this almost looks like a jib jab video that was done really well.
Really, you think? Jib jab is. Yeah, I think it's a. I mean, right now, I mean the level of deepfakes is. I told you how to discover if it's deepfakes. Did you write it yet?
No, I didn't write any software yet.
I told you that I believe that software would go crazy.
Deepfake detection software?
Yeah.
I mean, I know the libraries to use to write that.
Yeah, I mean,
Band Talk says Disney would make a more charismatic robot. Biden's just slowly entering rigor mortis.
It's like Weekend at Bernie's, but Weekend at
apparently now that Biden is cured of COVID, that Kamala Harris gave him. Kamala Harris is giving him rollerblades because the bike she gave him didn't work out so well.
You know, like she's actually leading in the polls. For like people that the Democrats want to see run. I'm dead serious.
As opposed to who? You know, the whole Kamala Harris thing. Let's see. Oh, all right. I sent the wrong link out. Boom. Okay. I got the right link out now.
I saw you holding up like a gun on stream the other day.
Apparently, the tubes of you. The first time I saw this was Donut Operator did a live stream, and he had a G19. He picked it up, racked it, cleared it, pointed it. He was talking about what happened on like a body cam video that he was reviewing. Dark did it Tuesday night, and nothing happened. So last night I grabbed my FN57 and Ruger 57 and racked them through mags in and out, and nobody dropped the stream. I actually touched.
But it depends if there's people watching.
Well, I figured it was an AI doing firearm detection.
It's not. It's literally a person.
We got a guest. John, you running the StreamYard or?
No, I was on the other thing.
I got it then.
Holy,
hey, John.
Holy crap! It is KB, the Coda boy himself, the amazing man who doesn't like avoids me for some reason.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yep.
Running down the road. trying to loosen my load. Watching the videos, listening to you talk about this whole thing. So, very, very exciting times for gun owners right now, huh?
Oh yeah, well, lots of stuff going on.
I think this is going to die in the Senate. Hopefully it does.
Oh,
Hopefully
definitely.
nothing happens. If it doesn't, there's a bunch of challenges to assault weapons ban. In fact, there's one in New Jersey by FBC right now, and there's other ones across the country. The Rhode Island, there's one that's going up, and I think there's going to be one in Delaware that they're filing. And if you look at all assault weapons bans that were upheld by the courts, it was always upheld via the two-step process. They have always said, hey, it does violate the Constitution, but public safety, but now they can't use that. So what are they going to say? Oh, when we said it violated the Constitution, but we were upholding it for public safety, we're just joking. I don't think they can do that.
Does that angle make you look bad?
It's tactical girth. We're okay with it.
Yeah. For those that don't know, KB 32, Cutter Boy 32, does not like me.
Oh, shut up.
You told Rich that.
No, I didn't say that. Hold on. Oh, man.
I'm just joking.
He's going to drive off the road now.
I'm off the damn road. No, you're just mad at me because I didn't put your photo behind me in a picture with a big heart. I was actually going to do that, but I haven't been very diligent at posting videos lately just because of my mill jobs, my ass. So
yeah,
the money job is keeping you busy.
The money job is keeping me way busy.
My day job, I work from home.
I'm sick and tired of it. I'm work from home 2 or 3 weeks out of the month, but I'm on the other part. I'm on the road. So.
I work from home. On my day job, and I do have a day job, guys. I have never met my boss.
Oh, no way. Well, actually, I've never met my boss either.
I've never met a single person that I work with. I have no idea what they look like. They could walk by me in the store, and I would have no idea that is them.
I met one person.
But I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
That's so funny. Yeah, I went on site in Wisconsin for a week and put an extra day on my trip just in case I had to finish up my work on a Saturday, but got it all complete and hung out with Matt Hoover on Saturday.
How's he doing?
Good. He's after brewing, he's like much happier.
Yeah, I hope it works.
So Matt's super smart and super analytical, so that whole thing was eating him up alive. He was having a real difficult time with it. But Bruin has, put a spring in his step.
Yeah, it definitely has. I hope it works out for him.
Yep.
Yeah, I had. I'm talking about this vote they're doing today. I had 2 or 3 people sending me emails saying they were going to do this. I saw your live stream come up. I was like, all right, I'll count on you for good information.
Yeah, well, when everyone said that this was dead, I said, no, it's coming at the end of the week. And no one believed me. Damn it.
I
People
thought it was
were
dead.
arguing with me. And you saw it, Rich. People were like, no, this guy said
Oh,
this.
yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
okay.
it's like I got up one morning and I saw a Langley Outdoors video and he said, this thing's dead. And I'm like, okay, good, it's dead. And then, the one with the red flag laws and all that. And I'm talking to John. It's 8 o'clock in the morning or so. I was like, no, they got the votes.
Like by the end of the day, it's they're gonna announce it.
Yeah,
it's like for those that don't know, I talked to I talked to people in the Senate. So I'm not getting the information from a reporter, or I'm getting information from people that are in the know.
As close to the horse's mouth as you can get.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of, is it your opinion in the horse's mouth? You don't think it's going to pass the Senate?
Right now, it does not have the votes. Oh, Polar Knights
What's
is
that
up there.
jackass from, was it Michigan? No, Illinois. The Republican senator from Illinois.
Yeah. Creates I can't pronounce his name.
The Air Force guy.
Yeah, I can't pronounce. Can you pronounce his name?
I don't know who you talked about.
The senator, like, we talking
It's
about?
a weird name.
Yeah, I can't pronounce it, dude.
Senator from Illinois?
Crean, I can't pronounce it. Sorry.
Seisinger or something like that.
It looks like, let's see, I'm Googling it.
I was like, Google is your friend.
So Illinois is Duckworth, Tammy Duckworth, and Dick Durbin.
No, he's talking about House of Representatives.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. I thought he was a senator. All right.
But so far, he voted no. No, he's not. Tammy Duckworth is a useless. It's okay. Ready? Kinzinger. I got it. Kinzinger.
Kinzinger. Yeah.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, he's in the 11th district. I can't say it, but whatever. Yeah, if he actually voted not to change the rules. 3 Democrats voted not to agree on the resolution to debate the assault weapon. That's interesting.
Yeah, Polar Knight says they start with guns. What next? A ban on books. But here's the whole thing. Whatever they're voting on right now, even if it passed the Senate, it would be nullified by the Bruin decision. So none of this would pass.
Well, I mean, it would pass. The lawsuit's going to take a while.
Right.
Duncan v. Becerra might be the first one. Here we go. Duckworth does not have a leg to stand on. Wow. No, it's Adam. Dustin. His first name is not Kevin.
Kenzinger?
Ken Zinger. I can say it that way.
Yeah.
Adam Ken Zinger. No, I just go back in and edit it. So I'm working on a documentary. I'm just in the planning phases now. Pricing everything out and stuff like that. And working on the script a little bit. This vote is on your freedom to defend yourself. Polar Knights, if I could sponsor you to come to America, I would.
I'm just figuring out if something does and it's written into law, I'm like,
well,
I love
son,
you,
you
my
now own all of my firearms.
Right.
So then at least they can continue, because the bullshit thing is the transfer deal. So
Yeah, Jason, I don't think they'll bring it up. I think it's just going to be tabled. But like I said, you never know. They might bring it up to force a vote just to get people on record. Aiden Johnston is there. You know Aiden, KB?
Yeah.
You know Aiden?
Maybe not.
And you know Olson, Rob Olson?
Sounds familiar.
I got to bring you into the circle then.
Guys, I'm going to have to cut it off here in a few minutes. I've got to stop and get some fuel. I just had somebody, I'm coming up to left lane on the interstates, I-77 head south. And I usually run about 79, 80. And this jackass whips it out in front of me past somebody who's doing 65, and this guy's doing 68 and 70.
Oh, wow.
I'm like, really, dude? I actually have to get off at this freaking exit, mother.
All right, well, you have fun and don't yeah. Yeah. All right, KB, we'll let you go.
You got to keep it in the right hand. Y'all be good. See you.
All right, that was KB38, Coda Boy 38, one of the big YouTubers.
It's KB32.
I like Polar Knights from Twitch, from the Twitch stream. I like
Oh, he's on Twitch? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what the little purple thing is. The majority of us are on YouTube. We have a few hundred people watching us right now on YouTube. Yeah, Chicken Farmer. Damn it. Dude, I don't know what is up with these spammers today.
Yep. Oh, you got them?
Yeah.
Oh, they're back. My UI is too slow. Dude, I'm gonna drop. I'm gonna make some lunch. I'm getting hungry.
Dude, it's like 4 o'clock.
Yeah. I kind of was putting off getting lunch, and then I could jump down here.
Could a boy have an OnlyFans where he posts gun pics?
I don't know.
Dude, I'm gonna pull up a incognito window and search that. My wife doesn't see me searching for OnlyFans. I don't see an OnlyFans with Coda Boy.
Ready, man. I'm gonna drop out and make myself lunch. Later, Gator.
Yeah, bye. All right, so we are still waiting here. Okay, here we go. All right, what the hell? They read the vote. Here we go.
House will come to order.
Polar Knights, it's John Crump live.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution.
Wait a sec. Let me get a little more order here. Please take your conversations off the floor.
Both of my channels.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1302, I call up HR 1808, the assault weapons
Here we
ban
go.
of 2022, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 346, H.R. 1808, a bill to regulate assault weapons to ensure that the right to keep and bear arms is not unlimited and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1302, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-60, modified by the amendment printed in House Report 117-448 is adopted and the bill as amended is considered as read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 1808.
Objection. I'm going to ask my friends in the chamber to please take your conversations outside so that we can hear the debate on this matter. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, today we take another step to advance historic gun violence prevention legislation. H.R. 1808, the Assault Weapons Ban Act of 2022, restores and updates the prior assault weapons ban that kept weapons of war out of our communities for a decade before Republicans opposed its renewal. As we have learned all too well in recent years, assault weapons, especially when combined with high-capacity magazines, are the weapon of choice for mass shootings. These military-style weapons are designed to kill the most people in the shortest amount of time. Quite simply, there is no place for them in our streets. In 1994, we banned these killing machines, and countless lives were saved. But that ban was allowed to lapse 10 years later. And since then, we have seen the predictable results. Mass shootings have increased exponentially, and our public spaces, schools, movie theaters, supermarkets, houses of worship, parades, you name it, have all become vulnerable to attack. Uvalde, Parkland, Tree of Life Synagogue. How many more mass shootings must we endure? When will we learn? Well, I hope we're starting to learn today. I hope we're starting to learn today indeed. The assault weapons ban would prohibit the sale, manufacture, transfer, or possession of semi-automatic assault weapons and large-capacity ammunition feeding devices. At the same time, it grandfathers existing semi-automatic assault weapons and contains numerous protections for law enforcement and responsible gun owners, including hunters, gun collectors, farmers, sport shooters, and those who use firearms for self-defense. It is important to consider today's debate in the context of our other efforts to address the violence plaguing our communities. Time and again, Democrats have advanced responsible gun safety legislation only to face Republican opposition. We have advanced legislation to conduct background checks for all gun sales, to close the Charleston loophole, to close the boyfriend loophole, and to keep guns away from those who are a danger to themselves or others. We advanced my bill, the Protecting Our Kids Act, and we sent the President the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which was signed into law and will save lives. These proposals were opposed by all but a few of our Republican colleagues. Today, they have another chance to take the action needed to make our communities safer. Will they stand with us? Will they show that they have learned? Or will they stand with an industry that right now is promoting a weapon to civilians as powerful enough to shoot through bulletproof vests? Will our Republicans choose to defend the weapons of choice for mass murderers and those who seek to target law enforcement? Or will they choose to defend Americans who simply want to go to school, to go shopping, to march in a parade, or to go to a movie theater without the fear of having a target on their back? It's an easy choice for me. I want to thank Congressman Cicilline for his leadership on this important legislation. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in supporting it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For years, the Democrats told us we're not coming for your guns. Oh, yes, they are. Let's be clear. The Second Amendment is as clear as possible, and that's their beef. The Second Amendment says the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, but they don't care. In fact, the sponsor of this legislation said so in committee. He said, quote, "Spare me the BS about constitutional rights." They don't care about that fundamental liberty law-abiding citizens in this country enjoy.
Jim Jordan is good.
They're coming for your firearms. 6 weeks ago, it was the red flag law. You know, where someone who doesn't like you can report you to law enforcement or to a judge. There's a hearing that you can't be at, your counsel can't be present, you haven't been charged with the crime, but they can take your firearm. They can take your property, they can take away your Second Amendment liberties, and then you have to petition for a subsequent hearing to get that right back, and you have done nothing wrong and have not been charged with the crime. Then House Democrats passed the unconstitutional legislation that said 18 to 20-year-olds can't purchase a firearm. They can fight for our country, but they can't purchase a firearm. And today they're coming for your guns. 24 million of them. That's right, 24 million AR-style rifles are in the hands of law-abiding Americans today as we speak, and those individuals will not be able to sell or transfer that property. In the Heller case, the Supreme Court made clear that the Second Amendment protects firearms in common use at the time. During the markup,
Nadler's comment.
Representative Bishop asked the chairman, quote, is it the point of the bill to ban weapons that are in common use in the United States today? And the chairman said, the problem is that they are in common use. Yes, so this is the goal, and this is why it's unconstitutional. It couldn't be any clearer. Democrats don't care what the Constitution says. Fortunately, courts are correctly applying the Constitution. Last week, a federal district court judge in Colorado, who was appointed by President Obama, issued a temporary restraining order against the town of Superior, Colorado, to prevent it from implementing an assault weapon ban. The judge wrote, plaintiffs have stated that semi-automatic weapons, as well as magazines that hold more than 10 rounds, are commonly used by law-abiding citizens for lawful purposes, and therefore cannot be banned. And guess what this bill will do? It won't make communities safer, won't make them safer at all. In fact, in the Heller case, the Supreme Court said, Second Amendment protects firearms in common use at the time, and also said this, quote, for lawful purposes like self-defense. 3 weeks ago, July 7th, 2022, a Florida homeowner used his AR-style rifle when individuals forcibly entered his home. After the homeowner opened fire, the individuals immediately fled. When asked if the homeowner would face charges, the Escambia County Sheriff Chip Simmons said, quote, absolutely not. The homeowner is protecting himself, and in Florida, you can do that. You can protect yourself. Democrats tried this ban before. It didn't work. It won't work now. And you know what it will do? It'll make communities, I think, less safe. What will make communities safer, though,
damn
is
straight.
if Democrats stop defunding the police, stop cashless bail, start prosecuting criminals. They're taking away firearms used for self-defense by law-abiding Americans. This bill is wrong. It will make communities, I think, less safe, and it's unconstitutional. Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished Speaker of the House, the gentlelady from California, Ms. Pelosi.
The gentlelady from California, Ms. Pelosi,
California
is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his great leadership. Mr. Speaker, each year, more children die from gun violence than any other cause.
That's not an AR-15. That's a 22 long rifle.
Our nation has watched in unspeakable horror as assault weapons have been used in massacre after massacre in communities across the country. And disturbingly, so many of these mass shootings have targeted our precious children in their schools, at the movies, at the malls, and throughout our communities. That is why I rise today in strong support in reinstating the assault weapons ban, a long overdue step to get deadly weapons off our streets. Make no mistake, we know that an assault weapon ban can work because it has worked before.
That's not what the Justice Department said.
From 1994 to 2004, our families were protected by strong assault weapon ban, strongly championed in the Senate by then Senator, now President Joe Biden. Chuck Schumer led the way over here, Dianne Feinstein in the Senate. I was a relatively new member of Congress who was whipping for this legislation. It made us all very, very proud. More importantly, it saved many lives. During that time, we witnessed gun crime with assault weapons drop
How many
by
drinks
up
do you
to
think she's had before
40%.
this?
Let me repeat, gun violence by assault weapons reduced by 40%. Meanwhile, since the ban expired, the number of mass shooting deaths has grown by nearly 500%. And it's
Yeah, but if you go from
sickening
1 to 5,
now see
that's
these
an
same
increase of
deadly
500%
weapons.
right there.
Are you ready for this?
Stop playing with
Being
statistics.
marketed to children. Here's an advertisement for a JR-15 designed to be a so-called smaller, safer, lighter version of the horrific AR-15, which has been used to murder so many of their playmates and friends. Look at this, these little skulls with ponytails on that. The manufacturer stated that their goal was to develop a shooting platform that was not only sized correctly, but also looks, feels, and operates just like mom and dad's gun. Mom and dad's gun, they use that expression.
I think I might buy a
Indeed, gun
JR-15.
maker We One Tactical launched the Junior 15 and said, quote, "We are excited to start capturing the imagination of the next generation." Indeed, this callousness is disgusting. It's despicable, and it reminds us that the crisis of gun violence requires action. To the families who are survivors and have suffered from gun violence, we have said over and over again, we will not stop until the job is done. We thank them for turning their sorrow to help others, prevent others from suffering in that way. They've turned their agony into action. Now, whether we're saying we're going from Newtown to Uvalde, everything in between, and since, there's so many deaths, so much sorrow, so much hope that we would get the job done. They are so responsible for our bringing this legislation to the floor. Their outside mobilization, their advocacy with great intellectual integrity has made all the difference. Today, House Democrats will vote to reinstate the assault weapons ban with strong protections for children and families. The bill prohibits the
I'm gonna add a
sale,
couple moderators
manufacture,
here.
transfer, or possession of semi-automatic assault weapons, as
So
well
Barry, your
as
moderator.
high-capacity magazines. And contrary to what the gentleman on the other side of the aisle said, it requires safe storage for
Jason,
lawfully
your
owned
moderator.
assault weapons already in our communities. It's not about taking guns away from people who should have them. It's about safe storage. You have a problem with that? And it strongly supports our law enforcement heroes who should not have to confront weapons designed for the battlefield, instead in our communities. To be clear, this is a very special day in the Congress of the
No,
United
One Love.
States.
It's on the other channel
That history will
that's coming through.
towards one designed to save lives. For his passionate, persistent leadership on this legislation, let me salute Congressman David Cicilline. I don't know if he's on the floor, who has been fighting ferociously on this issue for years and years. To Lucy McBath, who has been, again, a member of the Committee of Jurisdiction and Intellectual Resources,
Hey guys, I'll be right back.
strategic thinker, and
I gotta go to the bathroom.
inspiration to all of us who turned her personal grief into action and makes a difference. And thank you, Chairman Jerry Nadler, Chair of the Judiciary Committee, for steering this legislation through the Judiciary Committee and to the floor. And also, I want to recognize, once again, President Joe Biden's longtime leadership on this issue and the beautiful words he expressed about this when we were celebrating the bipartisan safety bill recently. Mr. Speaker, all those who have had the privilege of serving in this hallowed halls take a solemn oath to the American people. At the heart of our oath is our duty to protect and defend, the Constitution, the American people. With this legislation, we honor this foremost responsibility. And when the House returns in August, we will bring to the floor a robust public safety package beyond this. Let me be clear. House Democrats are for people over politics. And say to our friends in this body and down the hall and wherever they are, your political survival is insignificant compared to the survival of children who are at the mercy of these guns. We believe that every American deserves to live in a safe community where they and their families can thrive. That's why Democrats are funding our police while making reforms for better law enforcement training and accountability as we give them the tools, the police, the tools they need to prevent crime. We are so proud of the work done by CBC Chair Joyce Beatty, working with Representatives Josh Gottheimer and Abigail Spanberger to make historic legislation that has prioritizing meeting the needs of our law enforcement officers while at the same time having accountability. That is historic. We haven't passed that before. And I'm more confident than ever that we will pass a package rooted in two of the Democrats' most cherished values, justice and safety. I urge my colleagues to support the assault weapons ban, recognizing again that the survival of our children is more important than the political survival of any of us. And with that, I urge a strong and hopefully bipartisan vote to put people over politics by reinstating the assault weapon ban, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to H.R. 1808, the assault weapons ban of 2022. Here they go again. Once again, my colleagues across the aisle have rushed to exploit your fear and the pain of victims to rush out a gun control measure that will do nothing to save lives or address the root causes of violence. I say exploit your fear, and I point to the Speaker of the House just stood in this well with a poster that had a toy gun on it and wants you to feel scared about that. Well, I have a 6-year-old son, and he has toy guns. And he knows about muzzle discipline. He knows you don't put your finger on the trigger. He knows you don't point it at people. I'm able to teach my son gun safety and make him safer. You don't live through fear. This and other gun control measures like red flag laws, they make the other side feel better. But today's bill will do nothing but disarm law-abiding citizens. Congress has tried this before. 1994, a 10-year assault weapons ban was first enacted. This ban did not stop violent crime or prevent heart-wrenching tragedies like Columbine. Yes, Columbine happened while we had an assault weapons ban. In fact, after the ban ended, the Department of Justice issued a report that concluded, should it be renewed, the ban's effects on gun violence are likely to be small at best, and perhaps too small for reliable measurement. Assault weapons were rarely used in gun crimes even before the ban. That's the Department of Justice. The results are in, folks. A so-called assault weapons ban does not work. But what it does is it takes away your rights and it leaves you vulnerable. Simple truth is criminals don't follow the law. If they did, think about this. If criminals followed the law, we wouldn't have any crime. But when you criminalize guns, only criminals are going to have guns. And so I urge you,
Gentleman's
no
time is
on this
expired.
legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman
Thank
yields
you.
back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 4 minutes To the sponsor of the bill, a member of the Judiciary Committee, the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
Mr. Cicilline is recognized for 4 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1808, the assault weapons ban, legislation that will help reduce the gun massacres being committed in our communities by weapons of war. These military-style weapons were designed for the battlefield, for maximum efficiency when a soldier is engaged in combat. And the military features banned by this bill are added to make these guns more accurate, more controllable, more concealable, and more deadly, enabling killers to murder as many people as possible, as quickly as possible. These weapons have no place in our communities. They turn our streets, our schools, our grocery stores, our movie theaters, and hospitals into bloody battlefield scenes. And they kill our children, our friends, and neighbors, and the police officers trying to protect them. In 2016 and 2017 alone, more than 24 officers were slain in the line of duty by an assault weapon. 1 in 5 officers is killed in the line of duty by these weapons, which is why the Major City Police Chiefs Association endorses this legislation. Yet for nearly 18 years, we failed to take action to stop them from flooding into our communities and being used time and time and time again in mass shootings. It's unconscionable that anyone can walk into a store and legally purchase a weapon capable of inflicting the carnage we've seen in Highland Park, in Buffalo, in Uvalde, in Atlanta, in Sutherland Springs, Las Vegas, Orlando, Parkland, and the list goes on and on. Today, the House is finally taking a long overdue and necessary step to reinstitute a ban on these exceptionally dangerous weapons. We didn't just come up with this proposal out of thin air and propose it. The original assault weapons ban was in place from 1994 to 2004, and we have clear evidence that it was effective in reducing these killings. Compared with the decade before its adoption, the 1994 assault weapons ban was associated with a 25% drop in gun massacres and a 40% drop in fatalities. And as soon as the ban expired, fatalities and shootings skyrocketed again. And when an assault weapon is used during a mass shooting, 6 times as many people are shot. So today I'm imploring my colleagues to take action to get these weapons of war designed for maximum destruction of human life off our streets. Let me be clear. I respect the Second Amendment, but it's not without limits. Imagine if we clung to the desire to protect our children and our communities as tightly as some of my colleagues cling to their rifles. There are more guns than people in this country, more mass shootings than days in the year. This is a uniquely American problem. This bill won't stop all gun violence, but it will effectively decrease it. Because they were designed for military combat, these weapons don't just kill, they decimate. The shots fired can tear a softball-sized wound into a victim. And we know how we can reduce the suffering. Researchers estimate that if we still had a federal assault weapons ban, we would see a 70% decline in mass shooting deaths. Let that sink in. If the ban had remained in effect, 70% of the families torn apart by these massacres would still have their loved ones. We can't bring back 70% of these victims to their families and friends, but we can work to prevent more carnage moving forward. Let me end by saying this. In my faith tradition, we are taught that whoever destroys a soul, it is considered as if they destroyed an entire world. And whoever saves a life, it is considered as if they saved an entire world. Let's come together to save lives. Pass this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Sheriff Rutherford.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, gentlemen, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, America doesn't have a gun violence problem. We have a human violence problem. But those across the aisle don't want to talk about that, because then you have to talk about the culture of death that we have created in this country, killing 63 million unborn children, denying the sanctity of life. That's the conversation that they don't want to have. Mr. Speaker, as a former police officer, I've encountered many dangerous people with guns, and we stopped them before they hurt themselves or others. We identified them. We identified the threats that they were making, and then we were able to intervene and stop those individuals before they became a shooter. That is what we should be focused on. In the wake of these recent
Sorry,
tragedies,
guys.
give law enforcement the tools and resources to stop
I had to take
those
care of
who
a
have
couple
shown
things.
a propensity to become violent. That's what we should be focusing on, not defunding the police, not demoralizing the police, not delegitimizing the police. We should be focused on assisting the police in identifying these individuals who want to commit crime. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now
Miss
yield 1
anything
minute.
here? Miss any super
to
chats or
the
anything? If I
member of
did,
the
I'm
committee,
sorry.
the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms.
Damn
Love.
it.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, America doesn't have to be the only country where mass shootings occur sometimes daily. You know, sometimes I hear people say, well, it's a mental health problem. I'll tell you what, people have mental health problems in countries all over the world, but only one country has mass shootings the way America does. And we need to have a national answer to this. The killer that killed my constituents at the Gilroy Garlic Festival couldn't buy the assault weapon in California, so he just went over to Nevada and bought it there. We need a national answer. We know it works. When the last ban expired, the number of mass shooting deaths increased by 483%. You know, Americans deserve to be safe and to be free of fear that when their kids go to school, they'll be obliterated. You know, we need to put the American people ahead of politics. We need to put American children ahead of politics. We need to vote yes. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Is that 2 minutes?
2 minutes.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Speaker, we do have a culture of human violence. Recently, a 16-year-old young man with 3 felony arrests in the past 4 months violently attacked and attempted to choke a New York subway police officer. He was released without bail. And that is what's happening where you have the left in charge of criminal justice systems. And why do I bring that up? Because that individual punched that police officer more than 20 times in his attempts to basically kill that officer. And personal weapons such as hands, fists, or feet account for 600 homicides in 2019, according to official reports. And 1,476 murders were committed with knives or cutting instruments, and 364 homicides were committed with rifles. You see the distinction here? But where the Democrats are going for, they want to take away someone's constitutional right instead of enforcing the law for people who are violently and criminal violent. They're going to release those people back into your streets. The Supreme Court has held the Second Amendment protects arms in common use. But at markup, Chairman Nadler admitted that the purpose of the bill is to ban firearms that are in common use. Think about that. That does violence to the Constitution. They simply want to ban guns, and this is just another step along that path. At markup, it became very clear that Democrats don't even understand the guns that they are trying to ban. But they don't care, because when they say they want to put politics above people, or that we shouldn't, what they really mean is they're going to. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to a member of the Judiciary Committee, of the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Ms. Jackson Lee is
I
recognized
hate
for 2
this
minutes.
lady. This woman.
Speaker, I think that we will spend most of our time here today where facts will be told and then rhetorical conversation will be told as well. Fact, the Constitution in the Second Amendment does not prohibit the ban on assault weapons. Fact, 1808, led by Mr. Cicilline, allows gun owners to hold their guns.
She's the Gallagher of
This
the
deals
House.
with the transfer of guns. Fact. As we can see, the lives of our children are lost through carnage, bloodshed, and murder. Fact. By the hands of an AR-15, an assault-style weapon. Our fellow citizens, fact, are killed by an AR-15, 14,
AR-14.
an assault style weapon. Fact that every weapon of mass carnage is not done by a knife, a BB gun. It is not done by throwing a water bomb or words.
What the
It is
hell's a
not
water
done
bomb?
by taking a bus and running over citizens. It is done
Uh,
by assault
well, they
style
took
weapons.
a truck and ran over
So I rise
citizens.
today to support HR 1808 because I am tired of a fact of doing nothing. Mayor Bowser has a right to complain about Governor Abbott generating individuals unfairly, unjustly, and wrongly to another jurisdiction. But fact is that these weapons have killed. And so without any concern, we are now offering facts. And anyone that suggests that we are taking guns from good gun owners, we are not. Ask unanimous consent to put in the record several articles dealing with the Washington Post, the CBS News, and KXAN. Ask unanimous consent. Vote for HR 1808.
Without objection, gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, here's the fact. This bill is unconstitutional. The Supreme Court made clear the Second Amendment protects firearms in common use. This bill has 8 pages of weapons, firearms that it bans, including 24 million firearms that American citizens, law-abiding American citizens possess today. That is the fact. I yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Texas, Mr. Gomert.
Mr. Gomert is recognized.
Louis Gomert.
Thank my friend from Ohio. The previous assault weapons ban that was referenced by our speaker.
She's talking about a
I
bong
just
water
wanna make
bomb.
sure
Is
the
that,
record's
but
actually
that
correct.
explains a
The
lot with
FBI
her.
that kept the data had to admit, as sympathetic as they were to assault weapons ban, that actually it doesn't appear to have really made any difference. We want to talk about crime since then. We can talk about the big cities that have come under control of Democratic authority who have pushed for things like no bond. But John Adams had it exactly right. This Constitution is intended for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate for the governing of any other. So we're either going to have to get rid of all of our constitutional rights. We can't even allow freedom of assembly or speech, much less Second Amendment, if we're not going to teach moral right and wrong. And what are we finding? We're finding in our schools, of course, they're not teaching the 10 Commandments, and instead they're teaching to envy, look around, covet, see who has something more than you, and you should envy and covet it. And just keep in mind.
What the hell? It looks like it crashed. Okay. Just making sure I'm still here.
Thank you to the cable and satellite companies who provide C-SPAN to viewers as a public service.
Just explode. We've always had guns in America. That's why there is an America. But we never had a time like this when we were teaching our children everything but the moral imperatives. That's why this bill needs to go down, and we need to go after the causes of our violence. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to a member of the Judiciary Committee, the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
Ms. Garcia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of reinstating the assault weapons ban. This bill would put military-grade assault weapons out of circulation for civilians. For me, the choice between banning assault weapons and protecting young, innocent children is a no-brainer. I put children above guns. It pains me deeply that our children and our communities live in fear of suddenly losing their lives or the lives of loved ones on a daily basis. I am a gun owner myself, Mr. Speaker.
Of course you are.
I was raised on a farm in South Texas, and I know how to use a gun, especially for hunting. But assault weapons are not for hunting. They're used to kill people quickly, efficiently, and as fast as they can. And that type of weapon is used solely for that, for killing people, and it has no place in our communities. One child's life is worth more than all the assault weapons in the world. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein.
Mr. Klein's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My fellow Americans, the Democrats are coming for your guns. This assault weapons ban is unconstitutional because it would ban firearms that are currently in common use, making the scope of the bill's semi-automatic assault weapon ban overly broad by capturing millions of sporting rifles, shotguns, and pistols that simply have certain accessories and cosmetic features. In fact, the bill focuses mostly on appearance, which would arbitrarily ban some firearm models while exempting others with the same functionality. This bill would not reduce violent crime, as Democrats claim, since studies have shown that the effect of the last assault weapons ban from 1994 on violent crime was perhaps too small for reliable measurement. Instead, what this bill and all other legislation from Democrats aimed at gun control will do is directly infringe on the rights of law-abiding Americans. They're not going to stop here. There'll always be another scary-looking gun that they think looks scary that needs to be banned. There'll always be another loophole that they have created out of thin air that they need to close with more bans. Mr. Speaker, this document says shall not be infringed. I urge a no vote on this bill.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Jordan reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to a member of the Judiciary Committee, the distinguished gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse.
Mr. Neguse is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Speaker and I thank the Chairman for his leadership. I rise today in support of H.R. 1808. As the Speaker knows, fellow Coloradan, just last year we mourned the loss of 10 individuals who were shot, murdered at a grocery store in Boulder, Colorado, in my district. Last week, we honored the 10-year anniversary of the Aurora, Colorado movie theater shooting. The people in our communities fear whether they are even safe to walk into their local grocery store and buy food for their families without the threat of gun violence. Since the federal assault weapons ban expired in 2004, the scourge of gun violence has only grown more pervasive across our country. We have come together in the past to protect our communities. In 1994, lawmakers from both sides of the aisle joined together to pass a similar piece of legislation to that we are voting on today. I'd humbly ask my colleagues that we do the same this evening. Let's pass this bill for our children and for safer communities. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the ranking member, Mr. Speaker. Today, I'm voting against the erosion of constitutional rights of law-abiding Americans. In the long history of mankind, freedom and liberty are not lost overnight, but it comes by way of a slow and gradual burn. We've seen an unprecedented assault on our First Amendment through the legacy media and social media, giants censoring the thoughts and opinions and individuals of the right while propping up their favorite candidates and covering up stories that could be detrimental to their public personas. Policies are then implemented that are anti-religious freedom, anti-due process, anti-free assembly, and today, anti-Second Amendment, the right to bear arms. These rights shall not be infringed. Instead of making families and communities safer, this backward gun-grabbing attempt does nothing to harden school security, address our mental health crisis, or reverse the depreciation of our morals and values. No, it does nothing for that, but it tears at the fabric of our Constitution. I urge my colleagues to protect the Constitution and vote no. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to a member of the committee, the distinguished gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
Ms. Dean is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 4 grandchildren. The youngest, Scotty, was born just last year in 2021. In Scotty's world, guns kill more kids than cars do. In Scotty's world, there are 692 mass shootings every year. And when she goes off to school, Scotty will learn her active shooter drills as she learns to tie her shoes. We don't have to live like this. If we only had the courage, if we all only had the courage to pass the assault weapons ban to regulate semi-automatic guns, Our gun violence crisis demands this and other solutions. This will save lives. Experts reveal that the casualties of mass shootings would have dropped by 70% if the last assault weapons ban had stayed in place. How will
What
I explain
experts?
to Scotty that the other side boasts of 24 million assault-style weapons in the hands of Americans and says not one word about the 24,000 people dead in just 7 months of this year from guns? We must act. Join me. Have the courage to join me. Pass the assault weapons ban for Scotty's future and for all of our children. I yield
Gentlelady's
back.
time has expired. Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Mr. Roy is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thanks, Speaker. I thank the gentleman from Ohio. Fact, this assault weapon ban bill is unconstitutional. Chairman Nadler even recognized when he stated that, quote, the problem is that these weapons are in common use. And in Heller, the Supreme Court ruled that the Bill of Rights clearly protects firearms in common use. This is an unconstitutional piece of legislation. Fact, this assault weapons bill will ban the weapons in common use, and my colleagues will most assuredly target citizens to take their guns. In the words of Democratic perpetual candidate Beto O'Rourke, hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15, your AK-47. That's the truth, and everyone knows it. Don't hide behind it. Everybody knows precisely what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are doing. Fact, less than 2% of all prisoners had a firearm obtained from a retail source at the time they committed their crimes. Only 13% of the offenders in state prison population obtained their firearms from a retail source. Criminals usually don't get their guns at gun stores through legal channels. That's the fact. Another fact, upwards of 80% are committed by people with prior arrest records, often by people with prior convictions for violent crimes or prior weapons offenses, and almost none of our gun control proposals, and particularly this one, are targeted at this group. That's the truth. Those are the facts. The fact, as Thomas Jefferson said, the strongest reason for the people to retain the right to keep and bear arms is as a last resort to protect themselves against tyranny and government, the precise kind of tyranny that my colleagues are exercising today. Precisely when they're opening our borders up to lawless cartels and gangs, precisely when they're defunding the police, precisely when they're making our communities unsafe. They want to limit the ability of the American people to defend themselves and to exercise their Second Amendment rights to protect their families.
That's
what's happening on the floor, so my colleagues can appeal to their liberal white voters while they ignore the black men and women and brown men and women who are buying weapons to defend themselves in criminal hellholes in our country.
Gentleman's
I
time
yield
has
back.
expired. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York's recognized.
Contrary to Mr. Roy, this bill takes away nobody's weapons because existing weapons are grandfathered in, if you'd only read the bill. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, a member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Escobar.
Ms. Escobar is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker,
Check this
I
out.
rise
Great
today in
shotgun
strong
for
support of the assault
$120.
weapons ban, which will save lives. Mr. Speaker, El Paso is coming up on a terrible anniversary. On August 3rd, 2019, my district was the site of the deadliest targeted attack on Latinos in modern history. 3 years later, my constituents are still recovering from their injuries. And because Republicans have decided that unfettered access to assault weapons is worth the routine slaughter of Americans, the domestic terrorist who attacked my community was able to do so with a legally purchased assault weapon. What was once an unthinkable tragedy, the mass carnage we saw in El Paso,
Turkey makes some good
is now
shotguns.
commonplace across America. Americans are fed up, and so am I. Republicans have done nothing meaningful and hide behind thoughts and prayers, a phrase so empty and devoid of action that Congress is routinely and deservedly mocked for it. So today, I'm proud to act, and I'm proud to vote on the assault weapon ban. For El Paso, for Uvalde, for countless communities, I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
Mr. Bishop is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today,
All right, be
the
back.
Democrats give new meaning to the term progressive. This is the first time in American history, I believe, that a chamber of the Congress will pass a bill openly defying the Supreme Court's explicit declaration of the constitutional rights of the American people. It represents the farthest ever reach of the Democrats' long pursued massive resistance doctrine. In markup, I asked if any Democrat disputed that this bill bans guns and magazines in common use. Chairman Nadler candidly responded, quote, "That's the point of the bill." In other words, the essence of the bill is to stop commerce in weapons, as alternatively described by the court in Heller in 2008, as those, quote, typically possessed by law-abiding citizens for lawful purposes, close quote. Heller explained the origins of the right to keep and bear arms in militia service. Ordinarily, when called for militia service, able-bodied men were expected to appear bearing arms supplied by themselves and of the kind in common use at the time. The Supreme Court further explained, we also recognize another important limitation on the right to keep and bear and carry arms. Miller said, as we have explained, that the sort of weapons protected were those, quote, in common use at the time. This was explained and recapitulated in Bruin just a month ago on June 23. And we see repeatedly that this is being defied. In fact, 1 week after Bruin, the Supreme Court granted petitions for certiorari, vacated and remanded one state ban on MSRs and a state ban on magazines in common use to be reconsidered.
Gentleman's time has expired.
This is defiance of the Supreme Court, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, contrary to Mr. Roy, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a report from Third Way entitled "The Red State Murder Problem."
Without objection.
And Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of this assault weapons ban to reclaim our streets, churches, schools, and synagogues. Assault weapons are killing machines and the weapon of choice for mass murderers. In my own county in Parkland, a lone teenager slaughtered 17 people by himself, all because he had an assault weapon. This deranged individual tragically, brutally killed and then overturned the lives of those families and forever changed our entire community. But this is no isolated case. Similar mass murders haunt Las Vegas, El Paso, Buffalo, Uvalde, Orlando, Pittsburgh, and too many other communities for me to list here today. No parent should fear seeing a child off to a mall, movie theater, or school, knowing that a killer wielding a weapon designed to kill as many people as possible, as fast as possible, may lay in wait for them. We need a whole-of-government solution to this health epidemic, including enforced ammunition background checks. But let's take these killing machines off our streets and end this fear that one person with one assault weapon in one moment can tragically tear countless lives apart. Republicans take note. The Supreme Court clearly allows limitations on weapons in their decisions.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Doesn't make it true. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the ranking member. There is a motion to recommit that I would like to offer. If we adopt the motion to recommit, we will instruct the House Committee on Judiciary consider the amendment to H.R. 1808, which excludes active duty and retired military from the ban on assault weapons. I therefore ask unanimous consent to include the text of the amendment in the record immediately prior to the vote on the motion to recommit.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, just imagine you're a 17-year-old who makes a decision to enlist in the Army, the Marine Corps, the Navy, and then that 17-year-old goes through 8 weeks of basic combat training, BCT, at one of the basic training centers in Fort Jackson or Fort Knox or Fort Benning. And then they're given a service weapon, an M16 typically, and taught to assemble, disassemble that weapon down to the bolt. They'll go through the training with the drill sergeant. They'll be on a range, on a live fire range with this service weapon. And then the 17-year-old will go to AIT to be taught their specialty and continue to be on active duty or in the reserves or in the National Guard and then potentially deploy. What this bill seeks to do is prevent this member of the military who comes home either to the Reserve Unit or National Guard unit or on active duty from purchasing a rifle that they can use on their own. My colleagues who support the bill are saying, we trusted you to join the service. We encouraged you to join the service. But then when it comes down to it, we really don't trust you to go out and purchase that weapon. It makes no sense. If the majority is going to snub every veteran in this country by saying, we don't trust you, how can the U.S. government ask someone to enlist when they don't trust them to have the same responsibility with their own personal weapon? Mr. Speaker, if we adopt the motion to recommit, we will instruct the Committee on Judiciary to consider my amendment to H.R. 1808 to ensure that the nation's active duty members and veterans will be
Gentleman's
trusted.
time has expired.
3 seconds.
Gentleman is recognized for another 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, it's still amazing to me that the majority rejected this in the Judiciary Committee. They talk a good game when it comes to veterans, but when it comes right down to it, they don't trust them. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider.
Mr. Schneider, sorry. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute. Mr. Schneider is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in emphatic support of H.R. 1808, the assault weapons ban of 2022. Over the past few weeks, survivors of the horrific shooting in Highland Park, Illinois, came to D.C. determined to make change. They teamed up with families from Uvalde, Parkland, and Newtown to demand an assault weapons ban to reduce the chance of other communities experiencing the trauma they all tragically bear. Today, thanks in no small part to their efforts, the American people will get that recorded vote. The world is watching. No other nation experiences a grotesque number of murders from deranged individuals turning weapons of war on kids in school, families at prayer, people watching a parade. The vote we are taking today will show the families of those murdered exactly who is on their side, who is protecting our children and putting people over politics, and conversely, who is on the other side voting for their own power. I thank Speaker Pelosi and Congressman Cicilline for working tirelessly to secure a timely vote, and I urge passage of this bill. I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair will advise the managers. Mr. Nadler has 13 minutes. Mr. Jordan has 11 minutes. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde.
Mr. Clyde is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you to the gentleman from Ohio. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 1808, which is just the latest gun-grabbing bill Democrats are dangerously ramming through their unconstitutional crusade to disarm America. The ink is barely dry on this anti-gun bill from last month, and here they are pushing another anti-gun bill that proclaims to make us safer, but does the exact opposite. It puts citizens at greater risk by taking away the rights of the law-abiding. This legislation takes aim at our Constitution by banning what the Democrats call assault weapons, which is a vague political term used as a catchphrase to make the public think they are banning guns that assault people. But the truth is, the bill would ban the most popular semi-automatic rifle in America, the AR-15, and what the industry calls modern sporting rifles. The Democrats have consistently called them weapons of war and are trying to ban them from being purchased by law-abiding citizens. But who does this bill exempt? The federal government. Federal government agencies like the Department of Health and Human Services, Department of Education, Department of Labor, Department of Housing and Urban Development, and down the line. So if they're weapons of war, as the Democrats call them, what do these departments need with weapons of war? Is the Department of Education going to use them against the moms and dads who protest against woke local school board policies? Is the Department of Housing and Urban Development going to use them against the occupants in their housing developments? You cannot have it both ways. If it's a weapon of war, then ban these federal agencies too. The truth is they are simply a semi-automatic rifle that Democrats want to demonize so they can ban more guns and take away more of our citizens' unalienable constitutional rights. Democrat ignorance and malice do not justify banning nearly 25 million firearms that Americans, including myself, proudly own and responsibly use. Now, I know the author of this legislation would prefer that I spare him both the prefatory clause and the supremacy clause of the Second Amendment, but it is quite clear, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Shall not be infringed, period, is the supremacy clause. And banning an entire class of firearms, the most popular firearm in common use today, is clearly infringement. An armed America is a safe and free America. I urge all of my colleagues to stand firm in the fight to protect and preserve the Second Amendment by voting no on this unconstitutional and therefore illegal piece of legislation. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter of endorsement of the assault weapons ban from the Major Cities Chiefs Association, a professional organization of law enforcement executives representing the largest cities in the United States.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a report from the Violence Policy Center entitled Target Law Enforcement Assault Weapons in the News.
Without objection.
I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Higgins.
Mr. Higgins is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, no technology advances more quickly in our society than technology of killing. Every day, weapons of mass destruction are being made and manipulated to kill more people more quickly. Buffalo, New York, May 14th, one shooter, a racist shooter, went into a supermarket on Jefferson Avenue and shot 13 people, killing 10 of them. The shooting started and was completed in 2 minutes and 3 seconds. One shooter. I often heard it said that the best way to stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. There was a good guy with a gun in the store that day that was working security, a retired 30-year veteran of the Buffalo Police Department. But he was helpless because he was outgunned by the bad guy with the gun who had an assault rifle. I thank Mr. Cicilline for his leadership on this issue, for his thoughtful approach to this, and I urge my colleagues to support this legislation.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Chu.
Ms. Chu is recognized for 1 minute.
We are the only country in the world where mass shootings continuously happen. They happen in schools, grocery stores, malls, hospitals, parades, you name it. In America, there has not been a single week in 2022 without a mass shooting. Weapons of war especially have no place in our streets or schools or our grocery stores. They have no place in nail salons or churches or shopping malls. About their horrific impact on children like this, a trauma surgeon said, the tissue destruction is almost unimaginable. Bones are exploded. Soft tissue is absolutely destroyed. It's like a bomb went off. But we in Congress can end this. We can end this uniquely American plague of mass death caused by gun violence. I support the assault weapons ban because we cannot wait to act until the next mass shooting. We must pass this bill today.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman continues to reserve. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
Mr. Green is recognized for 1 minute.
And still I rise, Mr. Speaker. I rise to announce that I will vote for this legislation. And I will do so because I know that there are 19 babies who were murdered at Robb Elementary School in Texas who will never have the right to vote. I rise to vote for it because there are 2 teachers who were murdered. who will never have the opportunity to seek the future that was theirs. I rise because we have a governor in the state of Texas who could have saved all of those lives if he had but only, after the shooting at Walmart that took 23 lives, passed legislation such as what we're passing today. I rise because I don't want the blood of the next person murdered with an AR-15 type weapon on my hands. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We will continue to reserve, Mr.
Gentleman continues to reserve. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Nevada, Ms. Titus.
Gentlelady from Nevada is recognized for 1 minute.
We'll be back in one second.
Thank you very much. I've heard a lot of talk today about the Constitution. Well, when the founding fathers wrote the Second Amendment, these kind of weapons didn't even exist. They had muskets and flintlock pistols that could fire 3 or 4 shots in a minute in a good day, and they weren't very accurate at all. Founding fathers did not know or anticipate these weapons of mass destruction that shooters use today to kill as many innocent people as brutally and quickly as possible. And that's exactly what they did in my district on October the 1st, 2070, when you had 60 people shot at a concert. I urge my colleagues on the other side to have the courage to stand up to the NRA and support this legislation. It's common sense, it's necessary, and it will prevent mass shootings and save lives. I thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from
reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Then the gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the chairman of the Appropriations Committee, the distinguished gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro.
Ms. DeLauro is recognized for 1 minute.
26 souls, including 20 babies, massacred at Sandy Hook Elementary School, Parkland, Buffalo, Uvalde. The common denominator, an AR-15 style assault weapon, the weapon of choice. 8 of the 10 deadliest mass shootings involved an assault weapon. We cannot be numb to this needless violence. It is long past time for us to act. In Connecticut, the tragedy at Sandy Hook changed our lives forever. These are unspeakable tragedies. They are avoidable tragedies, and they're happening in our schools, our grocery stores, our places of worship. The legislation before us today will reduce the prevalence of assault weapons, ban the purchase of assault weapons, get them off of our streets, make our communities safer, protect our children, save their lives. Is that not the noblest of goals? To save lives. We have the opportunity to do that in this body today. Enough is enough.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We yield 5 minutes to the chair of the Second Amendment Caucus, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank to the gentleman from Ohio. If facts are the ammunition of debate, I'd like to point out that the other side of the aisle entered this room unarmed. There's so many mischaracterizations or misfires, if you will, about this bill and what this bill does that I don't know where to start. But let me start here with the words of the author of this bill. He says it will ban weapons of war only suitable for soldiers in combat. Is that what it does? Does it ban an M16? It doesn't ban an M16 or an M4. It bans the most commonly sold rifle in the United States today and for the last several years. It doesn't ban weapons of war. It explicitly exempts the M1 Garand. General Patton said the M1 Garand is the finest implement of battle ever devised. Why is it exempted? It's a weapon of war. It exempts the M1 carbine. Look at the picture of the soldiers, the Marines at Iwo Jima. What were they carrying? The M1 carbine. It exempts the quintessential Cold War weapon, the pride of the Chinese and the communists, the SKS. It's exempted in this bill. These are literal weapons of war that are not in this bill. Now they'll come back and ban those, but they don't want to ban them right now because they don't look scary enough. They have a wooden forestock and a wooden butt. They're not made of plastic. They don't look like the scary stuff on the news, so they have no interest in banning that. Literal, actual weapons of war are not banned, but the most common firearm sold today is banned. But let's take them at their word. Weapons of war, these are weapons of war. We got to ban weapons of war. Well, they exempt 80-some federal agencies from the ban. Literally every bureaucratic agency in the government can have a weapon of war under this bill. Weapons of war, as they call them. So we offered an amendment in the committee. We couldn't conceive of why the Department of Education would need a weapon of war to complete their mission of educating our children. Coming up with
All right, guys. Thank you for the super chat. I'll get this back up. My damn thing crashed. So just give me 1 second here. I will get back to the live event here. Here we go.
A new mobile video app from C-SPAN. C-SPAN Now. Download today.
308. If you are banning, if the purpose of this legislation
All right,
is to
I'm
ban
gonna
these
add
firearms
this.
because they shoot a cartridge with those terminal
Yeah, I got
ballistics of a
bounced.
223, then you absolutely plan to come after deer rifles
There we
because
go.
they have 2 and 3 times as much power, 2 and 3 times as much destructive and killing power as the firearm, as the cartridge used in the firearm that you seek to ban here today. Another falsehood, this bill will save lives. Let me get to this. We heard it here today. I was waiting for it. It was mentioned a couple times. Even the Speaker of the House mentioned it. They have said that the 94 to 2004 assault weapons ban, so-called assault weapons, reduced crime, that crime went down. Well, guess what? From 95 to 2004, there were 2 million of these firearms imported or manufactured and sold.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Give the gentleman additional 30 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized for another 30 seconds.
The number of these rifles doubled in the United States during your last assault weapons ban. If you think crime went down because of the last assault weapons ban, then you've got some explaining to do because the number of those rifles increased. Maybe, just maybe, people became safer. I urge opposition to this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio is reserved. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly.
Mr. Connolly is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman. We face 2 choices today in this body. One is to protect our children, to protect our houses of worship, to protect where we shop, to protect when we watch a movie from guns that exist for one purpose only, mass
I don't like Connolly, so I'm gonna.
inflicted efficiently.
Oh, whoops.
Or
Hold
we
on.
can listen to the other argument, which you've heard.
Thank you, Great Dad, for the $10. I will
Protect them
buy
at any
my
cost.
kid some
And
Robux with that
you,
instead
as
of
a
getting
citizen,
lunch.
are
'cause
collateral
lunch.
damage at the altar of the gun manufacturers, and we will be bathed in blood forever. It is time to act. It is time to end the madness and disenthrall ourselves from automatic weapons that are mass killers. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Nadler reserves. Reserve. Mr. Jordan reserves. Mr. Nadler is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished majority leader of the House, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer.
Mr. Hoyer is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. This is, of course, an emotional debate. Some have talked about fear, and they instill fear in the process. As Mr. Nadler has pointed out, no weapons are taken away. A number of members on the other side of the aisle have gotten up and said this is an unconstitutional bill. Yet, from 1994 to 2004, that bill was tested in the courts. None of those courts found that unconstitutional. In the Heller case, which has been quoted over and over again, a very simple statement was made by that super liberal, Antonin Scalia. He said, like most rights, the rights secured by the Second Amendment is not unlimited. From Blackstone through the 19th century cases, commentators and courts routinely explained that the right was not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever in any manner whatsoever for whatever purposes. One indication
Is my mic
of
better?
that, of course, is that we have a ban on machine guns in America. Now, one could answer, well, they're not in common use. That's correct, because they're banned.
This should be better.
67% of Americans support an assault weapon ban. 53%, over half, strongly support, and another 14% somewhat support, for a total of 67%. That's in a poll by the Morning Consult on May 25th, 22. There was another poll by Pew in September of 21 that said that 63% of Americans support. Both polls, over 60% of Americans, over 2/3 of Americans think this action makes sense. I'm sure the founders, as they were discussing the Second Amendment, debated whether we ought to have mass rapid fire weapons covered by the Second Amendment. They had no idea such weapons certainly didn't exist,
I'm sure they would have wanted it.
and they acted within the framework of the times in which they lived. Mr. Speaker, Congress must take action today to protect all Americans from dangerous and deadly assault weapons. If we do so, we will still be the country who has the most weapons per capita in the world. More weapons than people. Which would seem to think, therefore, we ought to be the least dangerous nation. If the premise that there are more people that are armed, the less crime we'll have. Seems a little counterintuitive to me. The weapons that we're talking about are able to kill large numbers rapidly. Used to kill 6 adults and 20 children at Sandy Hook. Used to kill 61 people in Las Vegas. Used to kill 19 students and 2 teachers in Uvalde, Texas, just a few weeks ago. From Aurora to Orlando, San Bernardino to Buffalo, El Paso, and Highland Park. They've been mentioned today, and we ought to mention them on a regular basis.
The bar, man.
To remind us.
Knock those guys out, those
We
porn
watched assault
spammers.
weapons inflict mass destruction in our communities time and time again. Not only do these weapons claim the lives of innocent civilians, they frequently kill members of law enforcement who've worked to keep their communities safe. That's why law enforcement largely, not all of them, support this bill, because they see that as one of the greatest dangers to their lives. Indeed, one study by the Violence Policy Center found that nearly a quarter of all the police officers killed in the line of duty between 2016 and 2017 were killed by the same firearms that would be outlawed under this ban.
So 8.
Of those police officers killed by assault weapons, almost a quarter of them
Actually 4.
were wearing body armor that was nevertheless penetrated by a bullet. These types of attack and police killings are not inevitable. We know there's a better way. We know that because these attacks became far less common when an overwhelmingly bipartisan coalition, this was not some Democratic bill. It was a bipartisan bill. I'll speak more to that in just a second. Came together in 94 to pass a ban, including 46 House Republicans. That measure had support from law enforcement and from both Democratic and Republican presidents, including Ronald Reagan. After Republicans were in control of Congress, they allowed that ban to expire in 2004.
Instead of a ban, like automatic ban to ban anyone who tries to put that in there.
Today, I'm pleased to bring Mr. Cicilline's bill to the floor.
See if this works.
Reinstate America's assault. Reinstate a bill that has been taken to the court already. This legislation would prohibit the possession and manufacture, sale, and transfer of semi-automatic assault weapons and high-capacity magazines.
That was
It does
before
not take
Heller.
any of those away from any citizen. To be clear, we are not undermining the Second Amendment. I am for a person having the right to have a weapon, not only to hunt, but in his home, in his business, to protect himself and his family.
How about the carry?
And where authorized to carry upon his person where authorized.
We're authorized.
This
There
bill
you
will
go.
not lead to confiscation of firearms, notwithstanding the fear that has been expressed. Weapons that were legally purchased before its enactment. However, it will set safety requirements. Doesn't that make sense? We have safety requirements for our cars. Doesn't it make sense to have safety requirements for weapons that can kill? Additionally, this legislation will provide funding for buyback programs for those who would prefer to be responsible neighbors and community members and relinquish their assault weapons voluntarily.
On the dark side, you can't hear me, but you can you guys hear me?
Slippery slope concept that anything we do,
Press F if you can
even
hear me.
banning cop killer bullets, goes too far because the next step and the next step and the next step. These common sense reforms will save the lives of law enforcement officers and innocent Americans across the country. The speaker spoke that we're
I have no idea
why
why you can't hear me on Dark's channel then.
additional community safety legislation to the floor to support our police, because as much as the Republicans would like to
Thanks, I got
say
it, guys.
we Democrats are defunding the police, it is absolutely incorrect and false.
I'm loud.
And they
Is this
know it.
better?
Why do they know it? because we bring appropriation bills to this floor which fund the police. Not only at the
Is this
national
a-
level, but at the
Hello,
state and
hello,
local
hello.
level as well.
Is this better?
Which gives lie to the assertion that we are for.
I have no
Are there
idea
some
why.
people use that comment? Look in the mirror, folks. There's some people on your side of the aisle who say absurd things. There are many people on both sides.
If you cannot hear me, tell me what channel you are on.
Support and protect police. This is a way to do it. Today, we have an opportunity to put votes behind our words and show who is ready to do exactly that. Now, I hope my Republican friends and Democratic friends and my fellow Americans will listen to the quote that I'm about to give from a president that used to be revered on the Republican side of the aisle, but is now not looked at as such a reverential figure. Ronald Reagan said this: listen to the American public and to the law enforcement community and support a ban on the further manufacture of these weapons. A moment of silence is not enough. I'm not sure. I should have counted how many moments of silence we have had on this floor this year and lamented the loss of children and the elderly and everybody in between because of a weapon that is designed to kill a lot of people quickly. No more moments of silence. Let's act. Vote yes. Pass this bill.
Gentleman from Maryland yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we haven't said the Second Amendment was unlimited. We quoted the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment, which the Supreme Court has said protects firearms in common use. 24 million Americans have these weapons out there. That is most certainly common use. And the fact that the chair of the Judiciary Committee says, I don't care, we're going to do it, even though we know it's unconstitutional, that is just wrong. With that, I yield 1 minute to my friend, the gentleman from Texas.
It should be almost over.
That's for 1 minute.
Too often, Mr. Speaker, we skip over the fundamental principle and precept and driver of the Second Amendment. So let's reaffirm our faith here. Our founders were determined to fight against their own government for our freedom and independence. They stated unequivocally that when there were a train of abuses and usurpations and the citizens were reduced to absolute despotism, it was our right and our duty to throw off that government. We wouldn't have these United States. We wouldn't be here today without this sacred Second Amendment. Every law-abiding citizen in America must be able to meet evil with equal or greater force, whether it's a violent criminal, a crazed killer, or a coercive government. We should, Mr. Speaker, we must reject this attempt to trample the Constitution, violate the spirit of what those founders wrote into that sacred document, and to disarm our citizens. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair will advise the managers. Mr. Jordan has 1 minute. Mr. Nadler has 6 minutes. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the previous speaker on the Republican side said that citizens must be able to meet the government with equal arms. The United States government has hydrogen bombs. Does he think that every citizen ought to have a hydrogen bomb?
Here we go.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Langevin.
Mr. Langevin is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I know that guns can cause firsthand. When I was 16, an accidental gunshot severed my spinal cord and left me paralyzed. Yet the damage caused by that gun pales in comparison to the destruction caused by assault weapons, whose sole purpose is to inflict maximum damage on their targets. No one needs an assault weapon to go deer hunting. No one needs an assault weapon to defend their home. These weapons of war simply have no place on our streets. After all, it's no coincidence that assault weapons were the firearm of choice for the killers in Uvalde, Buffalo, Pittsburgh, Parkland, Orlando, Sandy Hook, and the list goes on. So I ask my colleagues, does this body have the courage to stop the next massacre from taking place? Or will we shirk from our responsibilities and our duty and contend to simply offer thoughts and prayers while Americans, and even small children, are mowed down in our schools, grocery stores, and places of worship? I know which side I'm on, and I hope my colleagues will join me. I thank Congressman Cicilline for his steadfast work on bringing this legislation to the floor. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
Gentlelady from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Strong support of the assault weapons ban. I live very close to Highland Park, Illinois, and I have heard from literally hundreds of people and met with hundreds of people, students, teachers, parents, and small business owners, and yes, even law enforcement officials who demand that we have and pass an assault weapons ban today. Today's vote would not be possible without the fearless and tireless work of advocates and survivors. This day is for
Hi,
them.
Rose. I didn't see you in there. Rose says Nadler just threatened the American people with nukes.
Reason
Yes.
that we would
He pulled a
allow these
Falwell.
weapons
They called a
of
Falwell
mass
move.
destruction to be on the streets of our country that ravages our families, our communities, and even our way of life. And I urge a yes vote to ban assault weapons. I yield back.
Ms. Schakowsky yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter.
Ms. Capter is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Americans want their freedom back. And I would say to my colleague from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, your freedom stops where mine begins and that of my constituents begin. Schools, shopping malls, grocery stores, Independence Day parades shouldn't be scenes of mass carnage and bloodshed. Weapons of war have no place on the streets of America.
Shut up.
An experienced Ohio sheriff says it well. Assault weapons and large capacity magazines should only be utilized by the military and law enforcement. A proposal to ban their use is common sense, supported by a majority of Americans. Until such time that members of Congress start to care about the safety of children in our schools more than their next re-election, mass shootings will continue to occur and innocent people will die. One of the most experienced chiefs of police I represent says the following: the connection between guns and illicit drugs is 100%. So let's take the two most important steps: remove large capacity assault weapons from our streets and arrest the drug dealers who are creating death and destruction across our country. Let's give freedom back to the American people, and I
Gentlelady's
yield
time
back.
has expired.
shut
Gentlelady yields back. The chair will remind the members to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio reserves.
Well, I would just say if the gentlelady from Ohio wants to come to the 4th District of Ohio and debate me on the Second Amendment, I'd welcome her to come anytime she wants to our district. She can stand here and lecture all she wants, but I'd welcome her to come to our district. I'd be happy to debate her. And my guess is the constituents I get the privilege of representing, most of them probably agree with me and agree with the United States Constitution. I reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is
Mr.
recognized.
Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen, member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Cohen is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman. This has been an interesting debate. The cumulative debate from the Republican side have been members who've been wanting to show their knowledge of weapons, their intimate knowledge of weapons. They're almost a fetishism with weapons. something that only Freud would properly understand and be able to explain to the American people. They talked about hands being dangerous and knives being dangerous, but hands and knives and other weapons that they discussed don't kill people in volume and number like AR-15s do. The CIA did a study and said that even shots to extremities all made fatal impacts on people. The AR-15 is an outgrowth of a military weapon that was designed for military use. The AR-15 is a weapon that destroys people's bodies, kills them quickly, and it should not be allowed in a civilized, safe society, particularly for children and for people in the general public. I urge passage of the bill. I will yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New
Oh, my
York
goodness.
reserves. Gentleman from
Reserve.
Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, how much time does each side have?
Next, the gentleman from Ohio has 45 seconds.
We're prepared to close.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, red flag laws take all guns from some people. This bill makes illegal some guns for all people, and we know where they want to go. We know what they want to do. They want to take all guns from all people because they can't stand the Second Amendment. They hate the Second Amendment. In fact, during the markup, the sponsor of the legislation said this, quote, "Spare me the BS about constitutional rights." Well, Republicans care about law-abiding citizens' constitutional liberties, their First Amendment rights, their Second Amendment rights, their Fourth Amendment due process rights, and all of those have been attacked by the Democrats over the last several months. That's why we should vote no on this legislation and let law-abiding Americans have the respect for the Second Amendment they deserve. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
45 seconds, guys.
Mr. Speaker, it's no surprise that assault weapons are the weapon of choice for mass shooters and those who target law enforcement. They are designed for ruthless efficiency, killing the most people in the shortest amount of time. And the gentleman from Ohio was right. I did say in the committee, spare us the BS. I meant the Republican BS about the Constitution, about the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment is designed not to allow people to fight the government. Do we want to take up arms against American troops? Is that what they say? That is what they say. We saw what that did with the insurrection we had recently, and that was a mild case. No, the assault weapons, the Second Amendment is designed to allow for a well-regulated militia, which is to say in our day, the National Guard. The assault weapons ban would take the weapons of war off our streets and save countless lives. And that is why it is supported by all associations of police, by the American Federation of Teachers, the American College of Physicians, the American Public Health Association, the National Alliance to End Sexual Violence, the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, the Major Cities Police Chiefs Association. They know what they're doing. The assault weapons ban would take these weapons of war off our streets. It would prevent more of the Uvaldes, more of the Parklands, more of the Tree of Life synagogues. I urge all members to support this important legislation. Now yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1302, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor shall say aye. Those opposed shall say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Third reading of the bill.
Bill to regulate assault weapons to ensure that the right to keep and bear arms is not unlimited and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentleman
He's
from
going to ask for
Wisconsin
a
seek recognition?
Speaker,
a
I have a
recorded
motion
vote.
to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Fitzgerald of Wisconsin moves to recommit the bill H.R. 1808 to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor shall say aye. All those opposed shall say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
In the nays.
Gentleman from Wisconsin requests the yeas and nays. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of passage. This is a 15-minute vote.
And it's going to take 30 minutes, so.
So this is a procedural vote, a vote to send this assault weapons ban bill back to the Judiciary Committee. We expect a vote on final passage after this vote, then some work on amendments, votes on amendments to that drought and wildfire
Speaker, as a
bill.
member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote no on the motion to recommit.
So we were saying about this assault weapons ban, it would ban the import, sale, manufacture, transfer, or possession of a semi-automatic assault weapon or large capacity ammunition feeding device. This bill originally supposed to be part of a package of public safety measures the House was planning to consider before the August recess. That package included this ban, a bill to reinstate some civil liability for gun makers, and bills that would establish new federal grant programs for local police. However, after some Democratic members objected to the lack of police accountability provisions in the police funding bills, House leaders pulled this larger package and decided to just move the assault weapons ban to a vote today.
This is the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Tiffany from Wisconsin, I inform the House that Mr. Tiffany will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
Nice one, Jason.
Ready? What purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated
Voting,
by Mr. Mark
they are
Sonnier
voting
of
to send it back to committee. If
Mr. David
if
Scott of Georgia,
if the
and
noes
Mr.
have
Seth
it,
Moulton
the nays have it,
of
then it will go to
Massachusetts.
final vote, which
I inform the House that
expect.
these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
If they don't vote to send it back to committee, then it would go to the final vote. It is not going to work, but it's something that the Republicans, they're going to do everything that they can to stop the vote, even though it won't work. So that's why the Republicans. So it's either going to go to final vote and pass or back to committee. So that's why the Republicans would want it. It's not going to get voted down. That's the whole problem. They right now they have enough votes to pass it.
Allegedly.
You guys really got to check out the Discord. It's really a lot of fun. No, it's the same. Farmer James. Discord is a chat program. We actually have our own Discord server. So if you have Discord, you can go ahead and jump in and then make it. So once again, this is a motion to send it back to the committee. It's not going to work, unfortunately. After this, what's going to happen is it's going to go to
For purposes of the gentleman from
it's
North
going to
Dakota,
go
seek
to
recognition.
the final
Madam
vote.
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Taylor from Texas and Ms. Maliotakis from New York, I inform the House that they will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
Okay, it's basically to not do a final vote. It would have to go back to the committee if this passes, and then it won't be voted on for another month. But this is going to fail. No problem, Renegade. He was talking over in the Discord. What's up, Roger Rabbit? MIRC, dude, those were the days. MIRC was a program that let you access internet relay chats. Hold on for 1 second. 5 hour energy. That's a no night sleep. Yep. There switch about Tor. There is a lot. Download let's see. You can download like a Tor browser, or there's certain browsers that have Tor built into them.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition? The gentleman from Colorado seeks recognition for.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Diana DeGette of Colorado and Mr. Tom Swazi of New York, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Schakowsky of Illinois, I inform the House that Ms. Schakowsky will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does my friend from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Smucker and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Smucker will vote yay on the motion to recommit.
I don't know, man.
So this is a procedural vote, a motion to send this assault weapons ban bill back to committee. We expect a final passage vote after this, then work tonight on some amendments, vote on amendments to the drought and wildfire bill. Also,
Going to reboot
vote
my
on the
sound
big
system.
cat bill banning big cat
The
breeding.
House that Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Beasley will vote no on the motion to recommit.
The motion to recommit.
I have no idea what the hell just happened there. It like totally like locked up. Huh. That was on C-SPAN. Going to refresh it really fast, guys.
Follow and engage with C-SPAN on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at C-SPAN.
Falwell, Richie Torres, Bayar, Panetta, and Keating. From the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Yeah, time is up. Yeah, but that's only for like
What
electronic
purpose does the
voting.
gentlelady from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina, Mr. Barr of Kentucky, and Mr. Guthrie of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Barr, Mr. Guthrie, and Mr. McHenry will vote yay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Neal of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Neal will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated for Mr. Wenstrup of Ohio and Mr. LaHood of Illinois, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Wenstrup and Mr. LaHood will both vote aye on the motion to recommit.
All right, I'm going to drink my 5-hour energy. I got a long night. This is okay. Sorry, I was talking to the Discord.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker,
Paradise
as the member
Arms, pretty much. You
designated
know
by
me,
Ms.
man.
Stevens, Ms. Bustos, Ms. Craig, Ms. Franco, Ms. Dingle, Mr. Blumenauer, and Mr. Ryan, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
What purpose does my friend from Colorado seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Williams, Ms. Moore, Mr. Caston, Ms. Bass, Mr. Evans, Ms. Sherfless McCormick, and Ms.
Hold on, guys.
Strickland, I inform the House and the distinguished speaker from the great state of Colorado that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Macbeth of Georgia, pursuant to HBS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Macbeth will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Spear of California and Ms. Licker Fernandez of New Mexico, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Mike Johnson, Louisiana, I inform the House that Representative Johnson will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
God, every time I For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Dr. Joyce of Pennsylvania, Mr. Rashenthaler of Pennsylvania, Ms. Stefanik of New York, Mr. Comer of Kentucky, and Dr. Miller Meeks of Iowa, I inform the House that they will all vote yes on the motion to recommit.
Does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote no on the motion to recommit.
A lot of new people in the Discord. Bum, bum, bum.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Porter, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote no on the motion to recommit.
That is Spamberger. She is okay. Interesting story about Spamberger, right? She originally lost the election in Virginia against Nick Freitas. What happened was someone found a flash drive with a bunch of missing votes on it. So I asked, "Hey, why did you guys have a flash drive?" And they said, "Oh, it was mismarked." I said, "Why was it mismarked?" I talked to the guy that found it, and the guy that found it said, "Oh, we were just trying to reuse flash drives
The
to save
gentleman
money."
from Tennessee seek recognition.
And I'm
Mr.
like,
Speaker, as a
that
member
is-
designated by Mr. Van Drew,
and I said,
Mr. Green
that is
of
a little
Tennessee,
bit weird
Mr. Guest,
because flash
Mississippi,
drives are
Mr. Crawford
cheap.
of Arkansas,
And something didn't stick right
Johnson
with
of
me.
South
So I
Dakota,
just started doing research
Plaza of
into who this guy
Mississippi,
was.
Mr. Lamborn
And his
of
wife
Colorado, and Mr.
worked
Desley
for the
of Tennessee.
Spamberger campaign.
I inform the House that Mr. Van Drew, Mr. Green,
Weird,
Mr.
right?
Guest, Mr. Crawford,
What a
Mr.
coincidence.
Johnson, Mr. Palazzo, Mr. Lamborn, and Mr. Desley all will vote yay on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Bush, Mr. Bowman, Ms. Presley, Ms. Tlaib, and Ms. Stanbury, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
What purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mrs. Miller of West Virginia, I inform the House that Mrs. Miller will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
You're hearing it's Discord over there. I might have to go eat pretty soon. Well, I must get my son. Razor fist. Better than taser face. Remember that from Guardians of the Galaxy? Taser. Oh, I keep on talking in the Discord. Sorry, guys. Someone probably accidentally hit their vote to remove it. Did I? Yes, I did. And wrote an article about it too. CNT Designs, what's up, Coop? Hey, Coop, I got Dark's package today that you guys sent to my house. Damn it. They changed it to very cool. They got it. Knight's Custom Build. You should be a mod. A lot of people haven't voted yet. It's really weird.
So again, this is the procedural vote before the final passage vote here in the House on this assault weapons ban, which, as we were saying, was part of a larger package of bills, but the House leadership has moved this separately, and they hope to work over the August recess on negotiating some of the differences between the Democratic members on those other bills.
Yeah, hopefully, fix a little bit of this. Oh my goodness. It's been a long day, guys. Very, very long day. Gonna be a long night, and god damn it, I forgot to monetize my stuff. All right, whatever. I don't think
What purpose does the gentlelady
I
from New
don't
York
think that
rise?
they have a date yet.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Mr. Jeffries of New York pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Representative Jeffries
Yeah.
will vote nay on the
Dark is
Republican motion to recommit
Dark is
HR
not here.
1808.
I like anything like this, anything big like this. Dark has asked me to stream to his channel, so it's just me. I am Dark for right now. And
For what
Rich.
purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gibbs from Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote yay on the motion to recommit.
But there's no John. He's asking when would this be heard in the Senate. There's no timeline. It has to be sent to the Senate, then it has to be scheduled and everything else. So we don't have a time. There is a chance that it won't come up in the Senate. They might bring it up just to get it on record if they don't think that they have the votes to pass it. If not, right now they don't. So if they think that they have a chance of getting it to pass, they'll just table it for now until they can try to get the votes to pass it. If they don't think that they will ever get the votes to pass it, there is a chance that they'll bring it to the floor for a vote, or just to get everyone on record. So I don't think it will be taken up right now. If it is, then
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ and Lawson of
thank you,
Florida,
John.
and Mr. Deutsch of Florida, Ms. Rice, Carolyn Maloney of New York, and Mr. Smith of Washington, I inform the House that these members will vote nay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, Mr. Katko, and Mr. Katko of New York, I inform the House that Mrs. Rice and Katko will vote yay on the motion to recommit.
In the House, I think it's going to pass. I mean,
For what
it's
purpose does
just
the
a
gentleman
formality
from Texas
right now.
seek recognition?
But at the same time,
Designated by Mr. Badman of Texas, I inform the House. Mr. Badman will vote yay on motion to recommit.
I think at the same time, I think that it will not pass the Senate. But like I said, I'm 90% sure it will not pass the Senate, but that 10% worries the hell out of me.
Oh, for what purpose does the gentlelady from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Texas and Mr. Hearn of Oklahoma, I inform the House that Mr. Hearn and Mr. Gonzalez will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
Did you?
Inform the House that Mr. Wilson will be voting yea on the motion to recommit.
I don't know.
This is a gentleman from Utah seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Stewart, Bletlow, Ms. Kathleen Boyce Rogers, Mr. Owens, Conway, Herrera Butler, Garbarino, Curtis, I inform the House that they will all vote yay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose? For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the
I
member
hate this dude.
designated by Representatives Lloyd Doggett and Ilhan Omar, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
How does Ilhan Omar,
For what purpose?
brother who's her husband,
For what
vote?
purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Steele of California, I inform the House that Ms. Steele will vote yay on the motion to recommit.
Yeah, she's actually that lady. Dude, I can't remember her name. She's like a really big Republican. She came from China, so her story is she came from China and she saw the Chinese government being really oppressive, so that's why she's for 2A stuff.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Waltz and Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
So another one, she's Cuban.
For what purpose does the gentleman
She's a
from
rhino,
New
Young
Jersey
Kim.
seek
Oh.
recognition?
Mr.
I just heard her
Speaker,
speak.
as the
on
member
gun
designated by
stuff.
Mr. Albio's series, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Jerry McNerney, Ms. Eddie Bernice Johnson,
Korean,
Ms.
that's what it was.
Pramila Jayapal,
I can't
Mr.
remember.
John
Maybe
Garamendi,
I'm thinking
Mr.
of someone
Donald
else
Payne,
then.
Mr. Peter Welch, inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
There's
For what
one
purpose
person
does
in
the
there
gentleman
from
from
China
Florida
that's
seek recognition?
very.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks, both of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks will both vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bob Good of Virginia, I inform the
Bob
House
Good is a
that
great
Mr.
guy.
Good will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
I actually spoke at one of Bob Good's rallies, which was kind of cool. His rally was called the God, Gun, and Good rally. Kind of funny. Trenchworth Chronicles, Devin Perkins was there with me.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Gates of Florida,
Madison
by Ms. Bober of
Cawthorn.
Colorado, I inform the House that Mr. Gates and Ms. Bober will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
He lost his primary, so whatever. Well, we have a second. I'm pricing out. I'm going to do a documentary, I think, which is a lifelong goal of mine. So I'm going to start working on that now. Not now, like the second, but now. Pricing it out. 'Cause I want to do like a really like good, like proper documentary where I'm not going to be directing it. I'm going to be producing it. I'm going to get a good director, good editors, hire some cameramen and stuff like that, and it's going to be on the Battle of Athens. Gonna write it, of course. It's gonna be like years, not years, probably a year, 2 years. I'm pricing it out now, but it's probably. I mean, I don't know how I'm gonna fund it because it's gonna be. It's all gonna depend. Because it's probably gonna be a couple $100,000. Kind of want to make it like a Netflix quality documentary with like red cameras and stuff like that. I have a friend that shoots documentaries all around the world. So I am. They change the road all the time. They probably hit the wrong button. But I am working with my friend. He's a huge liberal, but he's willing to help me. He does documentaries. He has one called On Your Mark, Get Set, Mo, and a bunch of other documentaries to do it. And he's like, it's gonna cost you a couple $100,000 to do it the way you want to do it. So I'm like, all right.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina
Gotta
rise?
Mr.
figure
Speaker, as member designated Mr.
that out.
Donalds of Florida, I inform the House Mr. Donalds will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
Yeah, it probably went down because probably somebody hit the wrong button. Dorian Flowers with the 1999 super chat. Thank you so much, buddy. Really appreciate it. So I got to work out how I'm going to fund the damn documentary, which is going to be crazy expensive, but and I probably won't. I don't know. I'm 99.9% sure I won't make my money back on it. But I think it's important to tell the story of the Battle of Atlanta because we have a bunch of people who think tyranny only happens in other places. And tyranny happens everywhere. So even though
For
I'm
what
probably going to
purpose
lose
does the
money.
gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Boyle, Mr. Ruppersberger, Ms. Trahan, Mr. McKetchin, Ms. Newman, and
Did you say Mr.
Mr.
McKetchup?
Jones, I inform the House these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
It's because people vote on the wrong thing. They hit the wrong button. They're idiots. We are going to be doing an Ask Me Anything on Monday. So here we go with Rich and I.
So right after this vote, we'll hear or see the vote on final passage on this assault weapons ban. Then we're told there'll be two amendments and a motion to recommit for the Wildfire and Drought Resiliency Act. That one coming up after this. Then a vote on the Big Cat Public Safety Act about banning the sale of lions and tigers. Then we expect two suspension votes, and that should be it for the week. So it looks like about 8 more votes
Mr. Speaker,
tonight on the floor of the House.
Mr. Hartzler from Missouri, I inform the House Mr. Hartzler will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
On this vote, the yeas are 207, the nays
All
are
right.
220. The motion is not adopted.
All
The
right.
question is on passage of the bill.
Here we go.
Those in favor shall say aye. Those opposed shall say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from Ohio?
Ask for the yeas and nays.
Gentleman requests yeas and nays. Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bob Good of Virginia, I inform the House that Mr. Good will vote no on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Jeffries of New York pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Representative Jeffries will vote yes on H.R. 1808, Assault Weapons Ban of 2022.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina, Mr. Barr of Kentucky, and Mr. Guthrie of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Barr, Mr. Guthrie, and Mr. McHenry will vote nay on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Cahaley, Mike Thompson, Andy Levin, Bordeaux, Vargas, Swalwell, Richie Torres, Panetta, and Keating, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1808. Member Henry Cuellar, I inform the House that Mr. Cuellar will vote no on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Smucker of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Smucker will vote no on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Jerry McNerney, Ms. Eddie Bernice Johnson, Ms. Pramila Jayapal, Mr. John Garamendi, Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Peter Welch, and Mr. Albio Series, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Miller Meeks of Ohio, Stefanik of New York, Reschenthaler of Pennsylvania, Dr. Joyce of Pennsylvania, and also Comer of Kentucky, all those members will be voting no on passage.
All right. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Spear of California, Ms. Ledger Fernandez of New Mexico, inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1808. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, Mr. Rice of South Carolina, Mr. Katko of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Kinzinger, Rice, and Katko will vote nay on H.R. 1808.
Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. McBath of Georgia pursuant to HBS 8, I inform the House that Ms. McBath will vote yes on H.R. 1808.
This is it, guys.
For what purpose does the gentleman
Sorry, I'm
from
working
Florida
on
seek
stories,
recognition?
so I'm going back
Mr.
and
Speaker, as
forth.
a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House that
No, I
Mr.
can
Stubbe
do
will
this.
vote no on H.R.
I got two
1808.
freaking monitors, not even two freaking monitors. What the hell? I'm an idiot.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Blunt Rochester of Delaware, Mr. Beasy of Texas, I inform the House that they will vote yes on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Wenstrup of Ohio, Mr. LaHood of Illinois, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Wenstrup, Mr. LaHood will both vote nay on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that Representative Cardenas will vote yay on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does Mr. Weber from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker Perlmutter, how did I miss your birthday? Happy birthday. And as a member designated by Mr. John Carter, Kay Granger, Troy Nels of Texas, Paul Goes, Arizona, I inform the House they will all vote nay on the H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representatives Lloyd Doggett and Ilhan Omar, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Babin of Texas, I inform the House Mr. Babin will vote no on 1808.
For what purpose does my friend from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Neal of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Neal will vote yes on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tom Tiffany in Wisconsin, pursuant to House Resolution, I inform the House Mr. Tiffany will vote no on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does my colleague from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Williams, Ms. Moore, Mr. Caston, Ms. Bass, Mr. Evans, Ms. Sherflis McCormick, Ms. Strickland, I inform the House that those members will vote yes on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, Mr. Lamborn of Colorado, Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, Mr. Van Drew of New Jersey, Mr. Green of Tennessee, Mr. Guest of Mississippi, Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, and Mr. Johnson of South Dakota. I inform the House that all
Damo, I don't
above
think
will
there's a
vote
chance of that
nay
happening.
on H.R. 1808. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Bush, Mr. Bowman, Ms. Presley, Ms. Tlaib, and Ms. Stansbury, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1808.
Is he from North Dakota? What purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Taylor from Texas and Ms. Maliatakis from New York, I inform the House that they will vote no on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Porter, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Steele of California, I inform the House that Ms. Steele will vote no on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Smith, Ms. C. Maloney of New York, Mr. Lawson of Florida, Mr. Christ of Florida, Ms. Rice of New York, Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yay on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Miller of West Virginia, I inform the House that Mrs. Miller will vote nay on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Boyle, Mr. Ruppersberger, Mr. McEachin, Mr. Jones, Ms. Trahan, Ms. Newman, I inform the House those members will vote yay on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Mike Johnson, Louisiana, I inform the House Representative Johnson will vote no on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Hampshire rise?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Stevens, Ms. Bustos, Ms. Craig, Ms. Frankel, Ms. Dingle, Mr. Blumenauer, and Mr. Ryan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, inform the House that Mr. Wilson be voting nay on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama and Ms. Schakowsky of Illinois, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado and Mr. Gates of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vehemently vote no on 1808.
Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gibbs of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote nay on H.R. 1808.
What purpose does the gentleman rise?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated for Stewart, Letlow, McMorris, Rogers, Owens, Conway, Herrera, Butler, Garbarino, and Curtis, I inform the House that they will vote nay on H.R. 1808.
What purpose does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks, both of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks will both vote no on H.R. 1808.
What purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Diana DeGette of Colorado, Mr. Mark DeSanya of California, Mr. Seth Moulton of Massachusetts, Mr. Tom Swazi of New York, and Mr. David Scott of Georgia, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1808.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote no on H.R. 1808.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Walt of Florida and Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote no on H.R. 1808. Thank you.
I'm just going to let this run.
What purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Donalds of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Donalds vote nay on H.R. 1808.
What purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Hartzler from Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Hartzler will vote nay on H.R. 1808.
So this final passage on this assault weapons ban, after this, we expect a couple of amendment votes and then a procedural vote and final passage on that wildfire and drought bill.
I will find out.
Then a final passage
Correct.
vote on the Big Cat Public Safety Act. Then a couple of suspension bills, and that should be it for the evening, for the week, and we'll lead the House into their August recess.
Democracy dies in darkness. Washington Post is the one who came up with that motto.
On this vote, the yeas are 217, the nays are 213. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Now what? What do you got?
All right, guys, that is it. Thank you so much for watching. I will be on with Legally Armed America in 30 minutes. So see you then at 30 minutes. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for everything that you guys do. I love you very much. Stay ever vigilant. Stay ever free. Stay in the fight. If you're on my John Crump News channel, go to John Crump Alive and just give me a sub, please. It would mean the world to me. I'm
Pursuant
trying
to
to grow
House
that.
Resolution 1254 and Rule 18, the chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House
I'm going to stop
on
that
the
right
State
now.
of the Union for further consideration
And
of
also
HR 5118,
join the Discord and check me
gentleman from New
out.
York,
If you're on
Michigan,
John Crump Live, go to
kindly
John Crump
take the
News,
chair.
but also check me out on Instagram. I'm trying to grow my Instagram, and that is Real John Crump. Go over there and check me out on locals.johncrump.com. You can support my work. More stuff is going to be coming soon. Thank you so much. I am going to go eat dinner really quick before I have to jump on this podcast. And while I'm eating dinner, I'm going to be typing up my article that I'm doing.
On the State of
Right.
the Union.
All right,
and
guys. Thank
for
you so
further
much. I love you
consideration
very
of
much.
HR
And see you guys later.